Good morning, everybody. All right. That's a bit backwards. VIX is a horn dog this morning. It's down a little from where it was in the pre-market. But ES is getting rejected at resistance again, so that might be a good sign. Good morning, John. Let's go straight to 4,400. I can reposition. That'd be cool. I can't say I'd complain. All right, let's see. We get SPX pulled up. So 44.45 is a pretty important level here. Whether we break it or not is still kind of up in the air. I will say that the bounce into market open seems kind of weak. And put interest at, well, 44.50 is not particularly strong, but 45 and 40 are pretty decent. And then 30 and 25 are as well. So let's see what happens after this gap. Filled, right? Yep. Series trying to do a thing. A bunch of things are trying to do things. In all fairness. Although falling markets generally aren't very good for meme stocks, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it's up about 3% this morning. Starts pretty flat. Jamie got fucking hammered at open. HE was doing okay. Now, not so much. Yes, just testing 4,500 right now. Apple's running. A little bit. QQ, like NQ got a bounce at open, like a much stronger one. That doesn't mean it's going to persist, but it does have one. Tesla's falling off a cliff. Microsoft's down. Google's up a little bit. Netflix up a little bit. Amazon? Yeah, Amazon bounced. AMD's kind of trying to bounce, and Meta bounced a little too. None of them particularly a lot. Let's see. There yet. Okay. I noticed the GME is going down. Just because BlackRock's mission is accomplished doesn't mean that mine is. The GME got a lot of liquidity in the pre-market this morning. There was a very decent chunk of shorting getting ready to happen. So, um, we'll see. I mean, it's still a day early for anything on GME, so I'm not super concerned with it right now. Is GME inverse Apple? No, it shouldn't be. My Cubs are ready, Uncle Gurk. When does the party begin? We'll wait for a rejection. You might have gotten your Cubs ready a little too early. I will say that the upside interest rate here doesn't look particularly strong yet. So there's some calls at like 44.70, but up until that, Gamma's pretty flat, mostly negative. Fuck isn't downloading. Yeah. Huh. That's the wrong chart. There we go. Okay, so a lot of 60, 65, 60, 65, 60, 65, 70 call volume. Seems like 55 is a bit of a resistance, and 50. So I don't know if those calls are just being sold preemptively before we see a move down. 1 second. It's gonna be a long morning. Silence this VIX fountain, my goodness. What do I have to do? Oh, I get it. Sorry, I'm dumb. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Bithead a shout out for hooking you all up.
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head.
Pretty big sell-off on the 4,500 test here on ES. Quite a lot of volume coming into the sell side, so thank you again, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. How are there even pores left at this point? There's like, there's like 2,500 to 4,000 people that watch this every day, right? It's a lot of fucking pores. Remember our deal. VIX goes down now, GME up. What about tomorrow? That was poor once. It was disgusting. I'm so sorry to hear that, Potato Tom. I've never subbed. I'm still waiting to make a profit. How are both sides of your straddle red? Interesting. When is FOMC, and what do you think about it? Rate hikes? I think the Fed will pause. I don't think they should, but I think they will. Why? Because JPow's a big cuck. He's not even a cuck. He's like the guy who watches another guy watch his wife get fucked. So he's like a tertiary cuck. Cuckception. Wow, JPow has fallen. Yeah, it only took a couple months. It was right around the time where he decided the banks were more important than our economy at large. That's really when I got angry with him. I saw that, Hugh. Silly goose, he decided the banks are the economy. Well, okay. But he gave them a bunch of free money. And we've had to endure endless bullshit because of it. Our expectations for J-Power are so low. He's gonna look like a beast when he's superseded hikes 0.5. Okay. You know, man, he's gonna fucking pause. He doesn't want to piss off the Fed futures market, right? Because they've all unanimously decided that the Fed won't raise. He did that. He did that last year, and he almost crashed the market twice. Fed futures really don't like being wrong. Is Dork around? I want to check the bibs. I do think though that even if they do pause, we're gonna get a significant change in their forward projections on the SEP report. Okay, raise your hand if you panic sold your puts at market open on the bounce and bought calls. I know there's some of you. Come on, don't lie to me. I bought puts in the pre-market. If JPow's a middling investment banker with a degree in business law, he's the Down syndrome kid picked to be prom king by the cool kids to laugh at. I didn't realize the Federal Reserve was a 1980s coming of age movie. I didn't panic sell, but I did break one of my rules and average down before 10 a.m. Fuck, man. 48 hours with a positive account, and you're already breaking your own rules. What are you doing, C-Mill? Any comments on the 2 years movement this morning? Midnight-ish? It seemed like a misprint. Um, like, nothing was traded, and or it was just the futures contract rollover hitting the tape. It reverted right back though. It was fucking, it's so irrelevant. Rosolio, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gert.
I panic closed my sold puts. Okay. I sold my Tesla puts too early. Bold of you to assume I can afford calls. Fair. I got stopped out of them super quick and rebought puts. I forgot I had a weekend straddle. I just cut my call. Oh, okay. No, I read the daily. Bull signal 4460. My man. I'm so dumb. I read and understood the Pickles picks and still didn't buy puts. I was scared because I have a meeting. Well, I mean, if you can't actively manage it, that's not bad, right? Like, it's better just not to take the risk. Surely no one here would be that regarded. I love Corsica. It's awesome. That sounds dope. I panic closed my puts at open for a profit. I'm probably done for the day. All right. Legit just spit my coffee out at tertiary cuck. Dork, we're not going to 4,200. I love you, but it's too much. Although 4,400 would be cool and present a nice opportunity for bulls to short the fuck out of vol going into FOMC. You mean 4,000? Okay, you said 4,200. You said JPM puts. Don't tack on an extra 200. Wait, did you say 4,000? It's ridiculous. Oh, alright. Well, I guess if you really want to be wrong, it's better to be wrong a lot. I just don't want futures to fucking bounce off 44.90 again. I found ES critical margin this morning, by the way, Dork. Did you see this? What the fuck is this shit? They're all the same. I basically said market crash. Well, you highlighted the potential for one due to it being after OPEX. I really wish they'd stop buying calls here. Quite a lot of 44.50 call volume. Although, well, actually, I'm not sure if they're selling in the money puts. I think they're selling out of the money puts. 44.40 is looking kind of nice if we fail. Fucking NQ's ripping. Good morning, John. We just want Tesla to keep shitting. Yeah, what's Tesla doing? Tesla looks kind of like, it's kind of garbage. Bouncing on 266, but after slipping it quite a bit. Yeah, I might continue. Bips. Our lures to just give us money instead of going through this convoluted means of taking our money. It does seem overly complicated, doesn't it? Hey Greg, I had my own play on a semiconductor stock in the Euro power market print today. I sold 4 of my 5 puts, let 1 ride. Thanks for all your teachings. Nice, man. Congratulations, Trash Panda. I hope you're killing it. Give me one. Ah. Alright, where were we? Cock adjacent comment from Pickles Picks is hilarious. I see a promising comedy writer in your future after you retire from day trading. Post crash is wheeling still a viable income strategy. It can be, yeah. Did Jimmy Tips cross yet? I'm sorry if you covered this already. They did, very, very briefly, for about a day, and then they rebounded in the opposite direction. They may still cross over again, but they have yet to. Looks like a struggle sesh. Yeah, so far. But the Bears are heavily advantaged in the event that that happens, right? 4440 here? That'd be cool. Yeah, losing 45 is kind of important. Um, Obviously losing 4490 on ES is key. That's going to be the most important, I think the most important breakdown of the day. Should it happen, it will probably happen soonish. Hmm. What the fuck does that mean? Hold on. Okay, so it just doesn't mean shit. Returns on the call side are really weak. So no one's making any fucking money here. I want to say it kind of still looks like calls are being sold out of the money. Did we ever run before? If the tips diverged after a crossover, it's pretty rare. The only other time it really happened was like October 22 and Freg's Day. Those are the only other two times where like the tips like touched and then bounced back like that. And then they, collapsed again really rapidly. But I think it's due to like heavy ETF shorting, but it also could be, and this would be more bearish, like rolling of the short position. So they're either synthetically shorting to keep the borrow rate down, or they're rolling their short positions. I have no idea. There's no way to tell, I don't think. The end of day OI a little bit. KView is at 21. Is it unwinding? I don't know. Is there a lot of volume? I have a stomach full of meat soup. That's fucking disgusting, man. Don't. When does Gert get fragged in the back door again? I don't know. Do they want to spike the borrow rate though to get more participation? It wouldn't seem like it. If they wanted to get more participation, they'd let the borrow rate run, right? Nothing attracts GME call buyers more than the borrow rate going up. What's the most confident sector you have faith in at the moment? Commodities. Broadly, coal, uranium, and copper, more specifically. Um, maybe wheat, but too volatile. Uh, Beyond that, probably utilities, telecom, that's utility adjacent, so like Verizon, AT&T, not Dish because I think they suck, and energy, uh, oil, and nat gas. Probably consumer non-durables, but those are still a little overpriced. Please make the market go down more. Okay, thanks. Well, I'd love for that to happen, man, but so far we're not there yet. A lot of this seems to be bulls pushing back against additional Vega risk. which may be quite high below 4450. It's not as high as 4400, but it's substantial. There's a big old bear flag. I mean, yes. I guess it's more of a descending wedge. Hmm. Yeah. Or is this flip bullish? 4455? 4460 a little bit, but actually not really until 4470. Like 4460 might be like an early entry into a bullish push, but even like 60 and 65 could fail. Gamma flip is at 7250 now, so restart my computer. Why? Restart your computer. With the U.S. looking to take a ton of debt for manufacturing infrastructure through 2030, why would banks want interest to go down when they can get 4 to 5% on muni bonds and other safe bets? They want the federal funds rate to go down. They want a wider spread so they can make more money on those loans. If you're lending at 4 to 5% and the federal funds rate is 5.33, you're losing money. Is it risky to sell HE 929 $12 puts in this environment? It's probably risky to sell puts on HE in general, right? Because they're facing a potential bankruptcy if the allegations against them prove to be true. So far, it looks like they're not, but you never know. Definitely not something I'd want to fucking end up bag holding if it dropped to like $2. The candles are silly. Yeah, they're a little bit ridiculous. Hopefully this failure here breaks 44.45 substantially. Mommy yelling, talking on CNBC, probably saying things like there won't be a recession. Don't worry, it's totally okay. Keep buying my short-dated bonds, guys. Express heading back up here in any significant way. Well, it may have found a local bottom, which is cool. Does it still make sense to buy Meta and Nvidia puts? Hmm. Yes, but the timing's probably not right. Hey Greg, my 2D poots are in the money. Never mind. Now they are. Never mind. Now they are. Finish that for you. When does the real inflation finger pointing start? I don't know. Everyone's at fault for fucking this up, right? Dude, KVU play dead? I don't know. I have October and December shit on it. Probably. I don't think it was ever really alive, but it is being shorted pretty hard. It's part of the S&P 500. So if the S&P 500 goes down, it's very likely to as well. The KVU play was long KVU, short Johnson and Johnson because it was an attempt to play the unwinding of a large arbitrage position. Half of that printed very, very hard. The other half did not. But there was never like a KVU play by itself. I bought some shares of it at like 21 because I think it's a little undervalued right now and sold some calls and CSPs on it, but that's not really like a play. It's just picking up some because I think it's a good value. I raised rates to 10% a year ago, but nobody listened. I remember when you did that. I mean, at least you tried. It's more than you could say for anybody else. How does Google at 52-week highs? Why not? I think the assumption that Google will just keep doing Google things. Now popcorn traders puts are back out of the money. Do you have 44, 45 puts? Got stopped out. I'm sorry, Dork. Gherk, are monopolies bullish? No. Is this what everyone's waiting on? Yellen's speech? I saw they sold 44.50 Ps. Interesting. Oh. Wait, I thought you couldn't sell options. APPS clown candle screwed me over. Well, housing index at 45 instead of the expected 50. Bullish? Looks at Dole, then looks at KVU. Says both are the same. Both are independent squeeze plays. No, they're not. I'm talking about Fubo at all? I didn't even fucking looked at Fubo this morning. Is it doing something? Hmm. Yes, might just get rejected here again. It's actually quite a lot of volume. You can expect Greek neutrals on SPY to be relatively similar to Greek neutrals on like SPX and stuff, Dan. So, I mean, their effect is similar as far as market maker hedging goes, but they're generally kind of in the same spot. Yellen talking about oil? Oh, that's awkward. Yields are moving up again. She should have kept her mouth shut. Any thoughts on ZOM? Hmm. So big lawsuit out of California that was announced over the weekend. That might have a bit of a negative effect on them. Although I don't see oil going down anytime soon. So they may just balance each other out a little bit. Might get some chop. Does GME seem like it could head as low as 15, 16 in the near future? Doesn't seem like it wants to regain its mid-20s price, and macro conditions getting worse probably won't help. I mean, GME still looks like it could run this week, so I'll wait to see what happens there before making any decision on whether it's going to fall back to 15 or 16. Some dude in F-35 didn't want to fly anymore and just ejected, and the plane is just cruising over South Carolina right now. Wait, what? How hasn't it crashed yet? I'm getting absolutely obliterated. Well, that's cool. At least there's like a short position on it now. It's only down 3%. I think it crashed. They just can't find it. That's what I saw. Is they like posted something on like Twitter, like asking people if they knew where it fucking crashed. Hmm. I'm definitely not hiding it in my shed right now. Well, now you're on a list, so. And now you're on two lists. Well done, Odorous Dan. Fubo gonna stay above $2 for a while? I don't know. Fubo's pretty liquid. It's stable here, but any continued correction in like the R2K will probably drag it down. They're actively shorting it though without any real effect, so the accumulation is real. The bottom's rounding off. FBI list and Craigslist? Yeah. I'm on a lot of lists. I hope it's a list of people who make 1,000% on their options this week. Any OI coming in to indicate if we break up or down of 4450? Not really. Call and put volume are both pretty high. 4455's kind of flattening out a bit, but in the money puts are being bought at 60 and 65. Additionally, more puts are being bought at 45 and 40. Hmm. I still think like 70 and 75 calls might be being sold. My little cubs can't take another bull stampede. Am I a bad father? You just need to diversify your portfolio of baby animals. All right, give me 1 second. It's gonna be a long day. All right. That was Bithead. Yep, Bithead hooked you up, Justice. Lol, oh no. Can you play the Bulls are back in town? But they're not. This is setting up for a massive day for the Bulls. Is it? I mean, this is kind of where the Bulls just want to be going into. I think this is where the Bulls want to be going into FOMC. Ideally, they can risk off from these levels. Well, between here and like 44.70, they can risk off Vega like at 44.50, 25, and 4400. So this is I mean they're already kind of in an okay spot. They'd probably prefer to be to the upside of 44.50 a bit, but I think the Bears would want it much lower. Although so far they haven't really gotten a good grip on the underside of 44.45 here. This is not a fun place to go into FOMC. You know what? I'd prefer this over 4400 with like VIX at 16. Like if you want the long-term reaction to be bearish, like 4400 is almost more advantageous at that point because they can squeeze out, like they'll get the liquidity to squeeze out short interest that builds up. Okay. That should be done now. All right. Which yield max offer I series of meme ETFs GMEY for starters? Oh, I doubt it. There's no value in it. As you said before, the Bears haven't really showed up outside of a couple of spurts. Just seems to be the Bulls backing off. Yeah, mostly. I think most of our downside price action so far has been largely driven by Bulls just collapsing positioning. That could continue though. I'm not seeing concerns in the bond market about issuance. That's because she's not trying to issue anything. What do you make of the weirdness on the tier last night? I don't think it was anything important. Bear trend reversal or just de-risking of 4440? Maybe de-risking of 4450. We're still getting an accumulation, slow trickle of puts at 45 and 40. I still think the 70 and 75 strikes are largely sold. And there's some put walls to the upside at 60 and 65. So the short position here is still defensible. 44.35's kind of weak, but 44.30 interest is quite high. And currently the highest on the chain. So I mean, there's some draw to the downside still, but we definitely need to break below like that 45 mark in order to realize anything. So we're still just waiting on fucking ES 4490 to break down, right? Or it's gonna find support at 4500 and we're gonna move up. It's probably too early to say definitively either way, but it's not very exciting. I can say that much. No, I wish I had diarrhea. It's far worse than that. I have people repairing my door. They're installing some sort of spring because of the fire code. I don't know what the fuck is going on. What's for lunch? The market ain't hopping anywhere. Probably not. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen, we're focused on food shortages, especially in the Black Sea. Okay. Hmm. Week 2 of the hot tub stream talking about European left economic policy. Kind of funny hearing it from Americans. What the fuck did we talk about that was European left? Killing rich people? That's universal. Although the Europeans are good at it. They have a longer history of offing the rich, but wealth tax and stuff, a reality in some countries over here. How's it working out? You guys still have billionaires, right? Great. BlackRock is selling fiber to Girk's doors microphones to get better latency listening to the stream. The latency is already perfect. That doesn't make any sense. We have a long history in the US of getting the rich off. It's different. I'm from Switzerland. Oh, okay. Hmm. Didn't someone make the same Euro liberal economic comment last week? Must not be a fan. Well, I don't know if he's a fan or not. Should I full port short arm? That sounds stupid. It doesn't even have options yet. Doesn't Switzerland have a long history of riding the fence? Well, they have a long history of questionable banking practices. I think they'll let them eat cake billionaires. Lots of families just risking off and paying taxes and keeping the plebs happy for hundreds of years. Sure. So basically, the red price action today is just bulls closing, stopping buying. Seems exciting for when bears come to play. I mean, there's bearish positions on the chain, but they're mostly farther dated. I see oil going to 100 a barrel. I don't think he's wrong. I think oil could go higher, largely depending on what China does over the next couple of months. But where are your Tesla puts at? 70? Switzerland does have more billionaires per capita than the US. Well, that's okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. A wealth tax has been a pretty good thing. I can imagine that'd be pretty helpful. When does Yellen speak so I can either be rich and get back to work? She's speaking currently, I think, or has just finished speaking. Apple red candles, Tesla red candles, transitive property of red candles for SPX, please. Hmm. But are they just floating SPX on RSP today? Because tech's not performing super well. No, RSP is actually down. What the fuck is propping this piece of shit up? Finance? Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Zom. Everything else is doing shitty. Meta's up 45 BPS. CRM is up. A little bit of positivity on the producer manufacturing side. Broadly, tech doesn't look very good though. I guess it's just mostly flat more than anything. Burke's up 70 BPS, but oil's up across the board. So just oil and manufacturing with strong days today. Thought I didn't short cat. I know OPEX meme stacks normally run on T2, but why isn't Jamie running it? Well, it's not T2. Yeah, Siri was moving a little this morning. Still is. My calls on it are at $5 though, so I can kind of give a shit less about a 14-cent move to the upside here. After further rough calculations, Switzerland has about double the billionaires per capita. Well, that's because the capita is very low. I think Geneva's always been like number one, right? No, New York. Well, New York's got a pretty high population, right? Like, there's more billionaires in New York than there are Switzerland, but per capita, I mean, like, Geneva's got a population of like 200,000 something. Just pick the wealthiest borough. The entire population of the country is equivalent to New York City. I think a little less. I'd argue that 9 million people is not completely insignificant. But yeah, but it's when you're weighting it by capita. I mean, it is not. Do they call them boroughs because living in New York is equivalent to living underground? No. Geneva is the name of a convention center. That's 9 million people that can afford to live in Switzerland. It's because of the wealth tax. Here, why don't we just look at that? Here, I'll make you happy, Poopy Pants. If the US was a giant international tax haven, it'd probably have more billionaires too. There are 41 billionaires in Switzerland, which accounts for 2.5% of the world's total billionaires. New York City has 136 billionaires. So yeah, so if it was an independent country, it would have a higher ratio of billionaires per capita. When we both have a longer dated spy put that I sell a 0 DTE against, will it count as a day trade if and when it expires worthless? If it expires worthless and you don't have to close it, then no. Day trades have to be open and close on the same day. Or sell and then close. But if you have to close it, it'll count as a day trade. What is Target hitting 52-week lows? I thought they were good in a recession. They're okay in a recession. They are still, I mean, they're shifting. They're trying to shift to more like non-durables and like essential products, but Target's still very much like hmm, how to phrase this. They're still very exposed to like consumer sentiment, and they're like a big, they have a lot of discretionary spending items, right? So I think they're trying to get away from that and get more in line with like Walmart in recent months, as you know, consumer discretionary spending winds down a bit, but they haven't gotten there yet. Also, they were pretty honest about their like forward projections, which has hurt their stock price. If New York was an independent country, the NYPD would be something like the world's seventh best funded army. Huh. Sigma male grind set. I think billionaires are a symptom of an unhealthy economy that limits competition. Poopy pants. I think SciTube is pretty correct about billionaires as an indication of economic health. So Walmart greater than Target for recessionary times. It makes sense. Yeah. A higher end grocery retailer. Okay. A little bit. Although I think they just charge more for the same shit. What's BTU's options chain looking like? I haven't looked in a few days. Hold on. Still pretty call heavy. Little tick down after the most recent expiration in dealer Delta and Gamma. But it looks pretty healthy. Slightly bullish. Apparently Target doesn't make money if everything is just stolen. This is a problem for all retailers currently. That they're gonna have to figure out a way to address over the coming months. Do you see SAX closing below 44.55 end of week? I think that's possible, yeah. Target charges more to not have to deal with Walmart people. I guess. No problem, man. Depends on how you define health. More billionaires means there's most likely more surplus. I don't think it's a hard argument. The USA has a healthier economy than most. Everyone has an iPhone, and the poverty level is much higher than most other countries. From an economic standpoint, you're wrong. But uh, yes, from from the individual like perspective of someone living in the US, it's it's mostly better than a lot of other places. Probably worse than the majority of Europe, or at least Western Europe. Target has a huge amount of surveillance. They just wait until someone still hits felony threshold and press charges. Yeah, we've talked about that before. Targets but the problem is in some municipalities currently there is no pressing charges. Right? So, you can catch them all you want, but if you're not allowed to interact with the customer that's stealing or the person that's stealing from the establishment, and if the local police or DA won't press charges, then there's really no recourse, right? Everyone has an iPhone on credit. Well, yeah. I can understand the moral argument, but not just a moral argument. Billionaires aren't always defined by surplus, right? Look at the golden age. There wasn't there in fact was not very much surplus at all, right? It's just that all the surplus was soaked up by a very small group of individuals. And we're getting to that point now again in the US economy. What's a target not all that long ago? Gilded Age? Sure. Yeah. What's a target not all that long ago? There was a noticeable difference in the patrons at Walmart. Both are clearly there wasn't a noticeable difference. Both are clearly general population. Yeah, I, that's why I go to Costco. Twitter loves showing videos of people raiding Walmarts. What are you gonna steal, like a Dutch oven? Like they lock up everything expensive anyway. What's the most accurate way to determine the actual short position on HE or when they have to cover? The reported short positions like 47% of the float or something like that. Gorak, the economy is healthy. Okay. Okay, dork. Dollars go printy print. Proletariat go spendy spend with dollary dues they don't have. When immaculate egg to me. When do they get to destroy the debt? Last time I was in Target, a chick picked me up literally because I had wired earbuds in and a sick Slipknot shirt. Well done. I think that the bears are waiting for bulls to waste their energy. I don't know if the bulls are expending any energy. Dead go kaboom when proletariat go no food, please advise. You know, if I was in charge of the US, I'd be very, very afraid of anybody missing 4 consecutive meals. We like our food here. Do you think CBDC will become a thing if the US defaults on its debt? Probably, yeah. Better to centralize crypto than allow it to be decentralized. I have to work on better entries. I put in all the wrong points today. Is there a book I can read? Or is this just pure experience? Well, I'm going to start with I don't think there was a right point to buy in today. Um, but yeah, experience. I mean, go back over what you did and kind of reanalyze why you did it and why it was bad. I mean, I'll tell you something that I feel like I've said before, Tom. You're gonna be hard pressed to become a good trader off of books alone. If the answer was out there, the people writing the books wouldn't be spending their time writing books. Not that there isn't, valuable information to be learned, but the application of that information is going to vary greatly from person to person. I heard Jan 6th was really because Trump's lunch was 5 minutes late. Hmm. Is this just gonna flatline here until it breaks hard one way? Maybe. That's kind of what it's doing, right? I feel like they'd prefer it to break to the upside here, but like positioning across the board kind of sucks. And I don't really know if upside momentum's picking up sufficiently. Oh, that's a little bit of oomph. Hold on one second. So a few more days. I guess I don't need to rush anything there. Hmm. Nvidia's bouncing back. The low on Nvidia today is fucking crazy. One day trade. Do you see where bullish momentum could pick up? Above 44.60? A little bit. But mostly 70, 75. I'm really not sure that today has any relevant bullish momentum. At least not yet. There's very little like call accumulation except for 44.70, and I still think those are largely sold. Hmm. 91 a barrel. Dollar down. Yields are kind of just bouncing around right now. Hmm. One second. The trick to beating the market is setting buy stops to strategically overpay for contracts, then losing all your money and realizing that you should have been buying VOO all along. Can you zoom in on GME? Why, it's not going to make it go up. If RSP could fail here, that'd be great. That'd be kind of cool. There still isn't really any significant rejection occurring yet. SPY only has 14 million volume. Yikes. Yeah, liquidity's a bit thin. ES had some decent volume earlier today, but it's starting to dwindle too. I wanna say that we get like an upside push here. I'm just not sure it's gonna amount to anything. Like ES is starting to crack just above the 4,500 level finally, but on no fucking volume. Like volume's just dropping off. So the chance of it just failing again is pretty high. You'd think it'd be a good chance to pump on low volume. It stopped at a Baba? Really? Alright. Fair enough. Can you change GME to GMED ED for us real traders? Honestly, everyone's probably just waiting for the FOMC speech. Volume's likely to be low until Wednesday. But there should be more pressure on vol, right? Kick 7 viewers so we can get to 510. I don't know if I can kick viewers. Like, even if you ban people, they can still watch the stream. If TLT goes sub 90, I'm gonna commit. Okay. I can see AI, NVIDIA hitting their targets until the AI startups stop getting more investments. And I have no idea how long startups take to collapse. Bad take? Not necessarily. But startups can collapse pretty quick. I think the biggest problem with shit like CoreWeave is that it's going to be very hard for them to get a revenue stream online sufficient to cover their debt payments. Because AI doesn't make money yet. Well, except for NVIDIA. I'm gonna unsub from Wall Street Bets. Those guys are so stupid that it's radioactive. Mm. That's just called alpha decay, dork. You like that? Physics slash stock joke? I know you would. Just say something about how disappointing GME is, and some super stockers will leave. Believe me, if they're here, they already know. Mental financial gamma radiation. NVIDIA making money on AI seems like a shovel salespeople making money on a gold rush. Yep. Except in this instance, they also are paying for people to like. It'd be like if you bought the shovel for the, or you are the prospector, and you sell yourself the shovel. That's that's a terrible analogy, but I'm trying to make it work. I think you're all wrong on AI. I used machine learning to confirm this, but it stole my job in the process, which was annoying. I think if the current iterations of AI are capable of stealing your job, You probably should have had a better job in the first place. NVIDIA's making the shovels, but so are all of their customers. Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon, etc. Yeah, everybody's announced that they're going to make a proprietary chip at some point. Is T plus 1 and T plus 2 not valid anymore? From T plus 1 has never been a thing. T plus 2 is a thing, but that's tomorrow and Wednesday. Today is Monday. It's like if you were a shovel salesman and you paid someone to come buy your shovels, but not actually take delivery on said shovels or realize an actual profit from the shovels. So it's kind of like you're a shovel, like a shovel pre order service, and people put your shovels on layaway and you pay yourself the deposit. And then you report back to your investors and tell them that you've sold a bunch of shovels. Mm. When is October next month? You're a shovel provisioner. I sandbagged a ticket and asked ChatGPT to write a JavaScript function into Python. It took 5 minutes, and I quoted half a day of work. I later lost that job money on 0 DTEs. Nice. There are a few things that have been created in recent history more inhumane than Paint 3D. I used Paint 3D yesterday to make a meme. It was perfectly serviceable. You sell the opportunity to shovel. More like you pay someone to take a loan to buy shovels, then make them promise to buy more shovels. Hmm. Was Paint 3D not malware? This is an upwards triangle. Is that bullish or bearish? It's bearish. Triangles are shapes? Yes. That's correct. Popcorn. Take all the broken shovels, package them into one big box of shovels, get Ace Hardware to rate them as premium shovels, sell the insurance value of them to other shovel speculators. Hmm. Yeah, what if you had a bunch of, like, a big stockpile of shovels that you didn't want, and you could, like, flash them and pretend like they're the shovels that people do want, while you wait for the shovels that people do want to come in from the manufacturer who's not currently making shovels at a high rate. Can I call you Gurk Papa-san? Whatever fucking makes you happy, man. 4435 volume is filled in a little. Yeah, a little bit. It's picked up. Hmm. Alright, net gamma is starting to break down a little bit here. Interesting. Wait. Yeah, I guess I'll just wait. It still looks like shit. The 2-year thing just a glitch. I think I don't think it was relevant. It probably just had to do with like the futures rules. The shovel isn't what's important, it's the idea of the shovel that people want to buy into. They like build a data center and sell the compute time, but flash all the firmware so they look like H100s, and in the meantime, you eat the extra electricity cost of the performance gap. Sorry, I'm actually dying still. I'm still sick. I mean, I guess is Nvidia directly selling any cloud services though? Yeah, it was just to avoid getting delisted. Hey man, I've been in meetings. Are we seeing a shift that supports the upward trend? No. No, I think the rest of the upside is gonna get probably blown out here over the next like uh let's say hour and a half. And then we might start to fail for the rest of the day. But very boring. Super fucking low volume. Nope, not really any changes in positioning. A bit more OI, like, or well, a bit more volume coming in at like the 35 strike, but also call volume at the 55. So it's not a lot's changed there either. Sure, the Greeks for Apple. Yeah. Give me a second. Delta neutral. Wait, hold on. There we go. Delta neutral is 173.45. Gamma neutral is 169. Gamma max is 206. So it's kind of just sitting on like today's price actions, just kind of sitting on delta neutral. Gamma neutral is continuing to move lower, which could be kind of bearish. Dealer delta fell off. Dealer gamma is negative. think more puts are starting to come in on it. I would say it doesn't look great overall, although that positioning could change today with the slight turnaround. Did someone say delisting risk? Where do we buy? I'm still looking for like 0.33% upside today. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Although this may be all that you get. I have the call side of my straddle still too. Although I feel like at the end of the day I'm gonna just be re-entering it at 44.50, but they're even blown out. Like they all just close. Yeah, the little bit of call interest that's currently in the money here at 45.55 might just like the zero DT side might just close out. I think they could drive it a little higher before they do, but I'm not sure how much higher. Like you might just kind of trade like into this range, like this, and then fail. And that might just be like the entirety of the day though, right? Like fail and then fucking flat into close. So I'm gonna wait and see how much they push it, and then maybe I'll take like I'll probably close the long side of my straddle somewhere here in the upside range, and then depending on how high they're able to get it, 55, 60, or 65, then I'll maybe enter something on the short side a little bit later in anticipation of a sell. So like if the downside range here was primarily put selling, they'll turn into put buyers towards the end of the day. So yeah, probably just play that because the rest of the opportunities don't look very good. I should have just fucking shorted Nvidia at 439. Oh well, I guess I still could. Maybe it's not done yet. Nvidia DN is 390-ish. Do you think the drop is done? I mean, I think some short calls pulled back this morning. But no, probably not. Nvidia does not look good. Neither its options chain nor its technicals. Like it failed the long-term trend last Friday. It's not bounced back over the long-term trend today. If it does, it probably won't move back over until like the middle of this week, so tomorrow or Wednesday. And it's still pretty weak. Like I don't think it looks that good. I'd be surprised if it looked more bullish going into tomorrow. Gamma neutral's at about 44 or 445, so still below that, and DN's around 382. Call interest has been falling off. That'll pick up today, but I think it's going to be mostly sold calls. Gamma flip point moved down 44.67. That's kind of bullish. Hmm. Probably not enough. That's just on the 0DT side. SPX closed at 44.29 today. I have a 44.30p. Maybe if it fails later. Not right now. Alright, so this should be the upside push. For the next like hour and a half or so. Let's see how choppy it is. How's the shape of the critical margin bounce looking? Fairly similar. Don't you dare say the B word. Bounce or bullish or bear or what's Upstart looking for OPEX? Spicy? Not today. It's not. Although that could change quickly, but yeah, right now it kind of looks like shit. Upstart's still kind of questionable on if it can even have like a big run. It also may need to be shorted a lot more for a big run to occur. Hmm. The critical margin line of thing is a fucking joke, AJ. I'm not being serious. I mean, technically, that whole pattern is just one big head and shoulders. Bullshooting for the interest at 44.70, 75. I think those calls are sold. There's also put walls at 60 and 65. So basically we're going to bounce between 44.55 and 44.60 until FOMC at this point. It's possible. I mean, they're kind of walking vol down, so they're winning a little bit right now. I'm more mean straddles versus just long puts. I mean, straddles are probably fine. My straddle today did okay. Well, once I close the long side of it, it will have done okay. Do your job, regulators. Was there something earlier that caused you to close the put side of the straddle? Or just having stops that triggered? I think it just triggered on the bounce. Like well, yeah, the stop just triggered on the bounce. I think it was like off of like 42 or something. Yeah, I think I got stopped out a little higher though, like 44, 45. A little bit in the money, but not very much. There's the 60 test. This is it. This is the dream. Can this keep pushing? Okay. 70 and 75 interest is picked up a 10. They're definitely buying above the gamma flip point now. There's short calls there if they get squeezed out. Hmm. I don't know. There's still two put walls at 60 and 65. Do you think you could take Uncle Bruce in an MMA fight? Probably. I don't know. Old man strength is scary. I just feel like the Bulls aren't winning here as hard as they should be. Thanks, Edwin. Still my call hedge at the top, so this definitely isn't the top. Because their momentum got stuffed. Well, they ran into the put wall at 60, but they bought so many fucking calls right there. Like they tripled the volume on the 4470 strike on the breakout. So you'd think they'd keep trying, but yeah, they kind of look like they got fucked. I guess we'll see if this breaks down now. Although maybe it's still too early for me to try anything. Hmm. Imagine they want VIX back below 14, right? What are the chances those 4470 calls are sold? The ones that opened up earlier, I think, were these I think are bought. Because they all came in on the breakout. Who the fuck would be selling calls on the breakout and not like on consolidation? They're a little too close to the money to be certain, and the strike is definitely mixed, but I don't think the ones that just came in are sold. Retail. Retail doesn't move that amount of volume. I managed to get myself into 4410, 4390p debit spread for October for credit. I'm thinking I should aim for 50% max value. Close it before 50% if the time runs out. Okay. How about one of those drops from high of day to low of day? I mean, that's kind of happening here, right? They're not massive put walls, but they're sufficient, right? Like they're actually pretty small compared to the call interest at 70 and 75. But they don't need to be very strong because the MM's already in net negative gamma. Yeah, I do think I mean like I said earlier, I think the 70 and 75s open this morning were sold. But I don't think the ones that just came in were. Moment stuffed. That's why I didn't want to play the upside on the breakout. Because it's just. I think it's just too hard to gain any significant momentum in this environment right now. We've still probably got another hour of like chop and trading slightly up, but hopefully that leads to a breakdown at some point. I think this rips up another 25 BPS and then we drop. I feel like 25 BPS is kind of excessive. I put us at like 72. We're more likely to fail off of the bottom of gamma neutral. If we pushed up 25 BPS, it'd probably shift pretty bullish into the end of the day. Just straddle the 60? I guess you could. It seems shitty, but I'm not gonna acknowledge the existence of the word bips. Things still looking good for GME run tomorrow. No? But I mean, it might. The tips crossed. Tomorrow's day 4. Hopefully they start moving back the other way. So far they haven't done that yet today. But I put all my GME eggs in one basket. I see. Can we talk about anyone who says the word bull, bullish, or bull run? I'll think about it. I bought a 20C for now. On what? GameStop? Oh, okay. That's fun. IV moved up a little bit. Oh, for November. Oh, I see. I miscalculated. I'm at somewhere around 44.68, just on the underside of 70. Then drop. Too many puts at 44.70, it seems. Uh, so there's a lot of puts on the longer dated time frames. But not a ton at 70. There's a lot at 60, but we might be breaking 60 right now. Delta's staying pretty flat. 60 and 65. So above 65, it's definitely bullish. We're not quite there yet. And this, it looks like it got rejected a little. Future seems stable though. Are you gonna lose it again? Wouldn't break down to 44.30 only if we lose 44.45, which we haven't done. My call hedge is too expensive to buy back now. You could get a different call hedge that's slightly worse. If there's no rate hike, do you see bears pulling their long dated puts? I don't think a pause is bullish. Like a pause is gonna push the far end of yields, like the far end of the yield curve higher. It's gonna tighten credit spreads more, and it's gonna probably push up dollar value. All of which are pretty negative for equities. So yeah, I mean, the bond market's already kind of making the assumption that, well, the bond and futures market are both kind of making the assumption that the Fed hasn't done enough to keep inflation in check, and if the Fed chooses to do nothing at this meeting, they're going to price in inflation over an even longer period. So I don't think that gets more bullish for equities. Equities are still kind of operating, if you look at like the 10-year like max yield versus the projected S&P earnings yield. Like the spread there is like negative 0.1. So the like equity market is presuming that the Fed is not only going to cut rates, but they're going to cut them rapidly into like the beginning of 2024, and that's not only completely in disagreement with the Fed's projections, but also in disagreement with the bond, swap, and futures markets, all of which are pricing in higher inflation into the end of the year, and a slower rate of pullback in the federal funds rate going into next year. Like right now, the 30-day Fed fund futures are pricing like a low of 4.1 by the end of 2026, and equities are pricing in, like 3.8% federal funds rate by the end of 2024, right? So they're way the fuck off. What was that, Willie? I think if we get a pause, it's gonna come with like a really bad SEP report. So I think personally, um, or at least based on our current inflation and the Taylor rule, the Fed needs to hit like a target rate of 5.8 to 6.3%. And so I think the dot plot is going to move up, right, from their projection, which is currently at like 5.6 as the terminal rate. And this will either move, I mean, I think this will either move to 5.8 or 6.3. And that means maybe even two more rate increases this year, or one 50 BPS rate increase in November if they pause. Either way, I think that's going to change their projection for pulling back rates into like 2024, 2025, and the long run, like the longer run federal funds rate. So I think right now this is like 4.6, 3.4, and then like 2.5. And I think this is gonna shift up. So, this is gonna move to like 5.5. This is gonna move to like 4.2. And then the longer run's gonna move to like 3. Is Turd bullish on GME? I don't know. If you want to know if GME will run, just ask Turd if his options expired last week. If they did, then bullish. Statistically, market crashes happen 13 to 14 months after the first rate cuts. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for that. Not all of those may be true this time around. No reason I found my answer. You're seeing 44.45. P is significant today also. Well, if we were to fall below it, which we haven't, so I mean, I think it's a solid bear confirm. But I also think 65's like the bull confirm, and we're a lot closer to that. I hate all these convoluted indicators which TradingView doesn't have, like the turd OPEX indicator. I mean, just 1 week before, well, just like after OPEX expiration, just ask Turd if his options are expired, and if they are, it's probably decent to go long on GME. Like GME is ready. If he has open options, it won't run. Looks like Bulls get 65. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if it failed before then. Ooh, Nvidia's back at 440. Interesting. Everything's predicated on a turnaround in earnings and a revamping of the company, Edwin. I don't know, guy who's bored. Probably not. It's hard to implement any kind of anti-cheat. Or another 12 million shares of HE shorted end of Monday? Or was that just quad witching? That might have just been like the OPEX expiration. I don't think there was like a end of Monday. Oh, you mean like last week after the holiday? That was just a bunch of profit taking on calls from the prior expiration. Like all the at the money calls sold. Are Fubo $3 calls expiring this Friday? Seem like a good deal to you? 0.4 cents a contract at the moment. Not particularly. I don't think Fubo looks that good. It's pretty liquid right now. Russell's underperforming. It already blew off like a lot of the shorts over the last month or two. When the new Elder Scrolls comes out, I'm going to be completely engrossed with it. Therefore, every single significant market event gains a probability of 100% for the next 6 months. Do you believe in magic? Like actual? No. Why can't the Bears squeeze out the Bulls? They did that a bit in August. Is this pump overextended or just getting started? I think it's kind of overextending. There's still room for a little more upside, but right now it doesn't look like it has the momentum to clear 65. But like I said, I think there's a good chance that we just keep chopping in this upper range like a while longer. Maybe another hour. Anything new on HE? When's it going to 40? It's little tippies crossed last week. I don't know if that means anything on it, but they did cross. What's your theory on why we dream? I like to think about it like disk defragmentation. Like we just do it to consolidate and like analyze memories. Also hormones. Bears are flighty and calculated. That's why drops are more rare, but often more violent. Meanwhile, brain dead bulls have a good shot at being rewarded for buying every dip. To some extent, yeah. Generally, bears make more money like over like a 5 year period, but what if SSD can't defrag? Freud figured this out 100 years ago. I highly doubt Freud ever figured out anything besides his love of cocaine and his own mother. Dreams are bullshit. I'm always getting in trouble for things I did in my ladies' dreams. You're all so wrong. Advertising works, right? Does it? My theory is that we dream to communicate with Ken Griffin, like astral projection. Y'all ignorant? I have read Freud. You know, the other half of psychologists would disagree with you. But why what? Do you think the Bulls fail here? Yeah. Why read Freud for the bomb porn? What's a good amount of capital to start a futures trading account for minis? I don't know. What's the minimum at the broker that you want to start an account with? That should answer your question better than I can. I drew a line with no perforations, so we have to drop. Nowhere to go. I think you know damn fucking well that's not how that works. No one knows about. Everyone remembers Oedipus complex, but no one knows about transference. You mean like projecting your emotions onto your psychoanalyst in therapeutic situations? They would definitely disagree with much of what Freud said. He's not really the gold standard in therapy anymore. He might have some fragments left. Yeah, I mean, there's still more than fragments, but Um, Definitely less relevant than he's been in the past. His influence on psychoanalysis is absolute, though. There'll probably never be any clawing away from it entirely. The ad company asked me what qualified me to make that assessment. I said my PhD in philosophy, and they moved on. I astral projected into Citadel's main trading floor. The office was closed, and everybody was at home asleep. Did you do all their cocaine and then leave? I have a philosophy degree as well. Oh, well, good job wasting my time. Seems like your degree paid off. Torque, did you see a drone outside the window? Didn't that guy get fined? What's the positioning looking like? They're selling 4470s to de-risk below 4450, you think? I mean, someone's selling 4470s. I don't know if that has anything to do with the de-risking process. I think the Bulls just can't, get it up today. That guy's wrong. I astral projected to the Citadel HQ and they were raving in their respective astral projections. Lots of astral coke and hookers. Hmm. To be fair, people who major in philosophy tend to do much better in terms of income to other social science majors. That's usually because their parents are rich. At least everyone I knew with a philosophy degree had rich parents and zero ambition. No, no offense, Sisyphus. I'm not saying that's applicable to you. It's obviously biased. Shut up, not the points. They were bettering themselves. Which is worse, paying for access to private health information or using a drone at night near a skyscraper? Only the drone guy got in trouble. The drone. Drones are cringy anyway. I assume that everyone that independently owns a drone and isn't a photographer or a videographer is probably a pervert. Because why else would you need a drone? Like, I just like to fly it, man. Fuck off. Don't call me out like that. Time to pick up that 4460 put. Probably too late. I wasn't paying attention. But I could just give a 55. No, we really didn't test 4465 there at all, huh? Stock God. I would have drone to play with my kid, but that's kid usage. If a kid has a drone, whatever, right? It's a toy, so it's fun for kids. I'm mostly referring to single adult men, especially in crowded cities. Now, I know a shocking number of drone owners. Huh. What if your kid is a perv? I I don't know. I don't know how you address that as a parent. The US government's the perviest. I'm an adult boy with money, and I'll use that money to buy toys for me to play with. Alright. Who killed the little boy in you? You can have fun flying things too. I don't really think that qualifies under my definition of fun. How many drones does Kendra own? An entire fleet. In the city, it's for fetching drugs from your dealer. Smart. Ugh, that sounds awful. Flama Blanca. Buy up the entire supply of yen and let's watch the world burn. Yeah, I can't do that. Owning drones is the same like climbing trees. Fine for kids, probably perverted for adult single males. Yeah. People hyping up drones, but have you ever had Gurk berate you and call you an idiot on stream? I didn't berate you today. I just said your hot take on billionaires was factually incorrect. I thought I was nice. Although I'm a bit grumpy today due to the cold. I have a cold. This is what every time I make out with somebody, I get a fucking cold. What is that? No, it's not COVID. Did pervert become a derogatory term? It's a lesson not learned, apparently. It's not. You're inside your apartment all day when most people are around talking to each other. That's disgusting. You're allergic to women? Maybe. It's the immune system of a shut-in. My doctor said my immune system's fantastic. My immune system's so great that it spends most of its time attacking me. This is exactly why Dans don't kiss on the lips. We can't afford to have our top earners sidelined with colds. You know, for a while, I tried that approach. I was just like, I don't kiss on the lips. It didn't go over well. I'm not immunocompromised due to long COVID. Probably just new throat bacteria getting settled in. Ugh. Never get sick of you. Thanks, Visceral. I made a deal with my wife that I get to use whatever percentage of whatever I make in the market for fun stuff. How do I use tax write-offs from losses for fun stuff? You can't. Stop picking up chicks outside of urgent care. I can't help it. It's the hero complex. Good immune system does not equal never having a cold. A good immune system means not dying. Yeah, I know. My immune system's so great it attacks me. His ego couldn't get any bigger. You're a freak. I can't believe you tried that. I mean, it was like during COVID times. It seemed reasonable. Now you see the deep fucking value of a girlfriend. You'll already have their cold when you make out with them. Just let them know that you like to toss salads. Is your immune system's reaction a transference of how you feel about the world? I don't know. Ask Sisyphus. Are we YOLOing into long yen? I've been YOLOing into long yen for like a year. Who's kissing people when they have a cold? That's disgusting. I think people forget how bad the Rona was in New York City. It was bad. Thoughts on top way down here at 189? That seems like a bit much now. And way down? Eh. Speaking of which, I need to check something. Ooh. I'm not autistic. I've been tested. Win USD JPY 150. Not yet. It's at 147.69, which is bullish. Italian women toss salad like professionals. Lawrence of Arabia. The Caesar salad was invented in Tijuana. So racist. I remember watching the stream and hearing about the morgue trucks. Yeah, that was a thing. They were dumping all the bodies out on the what the fuck's the name of that? Randall's Island or whatever, where the tuberculosis is. Show us MACD on the USD JPY chart. No. $20 on SPX at the cost of 0.75 VIX doesn't seem like a good deal. Do the bulls have a cold? They have a liquidity issue. Any COVID deniers should have to go to mass graves and identify bodies on Hart Island for a couple months. Probably. You think that'll fix anything? They'll just be like, these people were clearly killed because they got the job. I'm not autistic. I've been tested. Did you know the Caesar salad was invented in Tijuana? You may need to do a retest. No? That was a good joke. He said that Italian women were good at tossing salads, and then I took a salad that people think of as being Italian, but in fact isn't, and plugged its founding in Tijuana, where ass is more frequently eaten. Both kinds of ass. So, fuck you. That was a great joke. I'm not from San Diego like you, Jason. I'm so not autistic that someone thought I should be tested is hilarious and highly relatable. And it was a great joke, right, Tuana? When I was like a little kid, I was smart and they thought there was something wrong with me. So I got tested for all kinds of shit. I'm just sitting here wondering if JFresh took my not financial advice and is now mad at me for taking 100% profit on a play since there are green candles again. Maybe. Would you tell him it was going to break down? It's still breaking down. But we have like another 30 minutes. 45. Well, 40. Did they test your smug levels? You know, I didn't actually develop those till later in life. Get your COVID boosters ASAP. I think I got it the other day at the doctor's. They gave me something. That's what you get for being smart, nerd. Same. Nice, Dork. That happened to me too when I was a kid, but it's because I was dumb. Oh, alright. Well, yeah. I mean, they might do it both ways. Minus the test, the teachers just told my parents to medicate me. It's always good to get your medical advice from people with barely a master's degree. Actually, in where you are, maybe just a bachelor's. I don't know your state requirements. Imagine a dystopian future where they test kids for disabilities for being smart. Poor little Gurk. Poor little Gurk went through some shit. How's 4430p positioning looking? I'm gonna look at it, but I'm gonna be really pissed if it's the same as it was earlier. A little smaller than it was earlier. 4470 positioning and 75 is absolutely ridiculous. Hmm. I told him to set a stop at 100% profit and then jack off until he can move his stop up to 150% profit. And then he just got stopped. I was tested as a child. The tester basically said, yeah, but I don't want you to say yes, so no. And that genuinely ruined the next 20 years of my life before I found out. Huh. I thought I might be dyslexic, but turns out I was really just really bad at English. It's a tough language. I had tested and they put me on 60 milligrams of Concerta. I definitely sat still after that. Hmm, that sucks. One second. Sorry. Yeah, so the 4450s, that was the first thing I said. I think the 4450s earlier were sold. I don't know if they're being sold now. Um, and yeah, they're not going to short VIX with zero DTEs. What was the other thing? Big Bull Wednesday. No, I don't think so. I don't think the dot plot's going to be very bullish, but I think if we're going to get bullish things, it'll be before then. I also still think this is going to fail, but that's probably still like 30 minutes away. I mean, like, I think this can break down, but like back to like 4450, which isn't really meaningful, right? I'm getting depressed that I didn't sell this morning and then wait to reposition. You probably should have done that. I don't think we'll go back under 4450. I'd be surprised if we went back under 4450 today. Thoughts on AMD puts? I closed mine last week. I'll probably wait for it to bounce back a little bit more before entering any. Maybe at like 103.50 or 106, I would consider entering some. Well, above 106, I think. Okay, so Nvidia finally broke 440. We're drowning my boy VIX. Yep. Is Nvidia gonna do that thing where it keeps going up forever? I don't know. It's still below like long-term resistance, or just at long-term resistance. I think if it moves up from here, like above 442, probably 450 or 60. Although I don't know how much, like, how many more calls there are to buy back. What about 1/3 or my October 175p Apple position here? Okay. Higher volume equals greater interest. Higher volume equals higher liquidity, and therefore better entry exits. Liquidity over volume? Why is liquidity more important than volume if volume helps create liquidity because temporary supply demand change? The fuck are you on about? Are you trying to build another indicator? But lower liquidity equals higher volatility. So you're missing a relationship. Did you say we're likely to see more ups before FOMC? If we're going to see them this week, I think, yeah. I'm gonna post everything in a member chat. Ah, I see. Well, liquidity's relationship to volatility is important. You're leaning bearish on FOMC? Yeah, I mean, I don't see a lot of positive outcomes. And currently, positioning doesn't present a lot of positivity either. So, what about Brad's relationship to Angelina? Toxic. Ooh, it's 12:30 now. Do you feel sick to your stomach losing 3/4 of a mil on Nvidia? I didn't lose 3/4 of a mil on Nvidia. I lost 3/4 of a million on Netflix. I lost like I think my biggest drawdown on Nvidia was 280 or 300,000. I'm up on Nvidia right now for the year, despite my numerous attempts to short their earnings. I will be fair though, most of that was due to the fact that I had like a 20% delta hedge going into the second earnings this year. What was the Netflix loss? What happened? It was like back in uh late 2020. Basically, it just kept running. It didn't drop for like a year. All right, have fun with that, man. I don't know if you need to build it. It already exists, but I know you. Just keep it the fuck out of the SPX channel. That's all I ask. I don't want to hear about your development progress. Have one guess for which side Watkins stands on this Russell Brand business? What if Watkins is Russell Brand? Are you factoring your house into your Netflix cost basis? No. No, I never played VR Half-Life. Christmas got blown up. Hell, the SPX will have a good chance of going down. Okay. Or if you just ever have capital gains at any point, you can write those capital losses off of it. What makes you think SPX is still gonna break down? Nowhere else to go. How many times? He's Matt Getz? Oh, okay. Let's be real. Didn't you just sell a home for a profit? I didn't lose my 100K on burnt theta on SPX puts either. I knew where it went. I saw it go. It was not lost. It was spent like fine wine at a meal. Imagine losing 100K on a fine wine at a meal, though. That sounds awful. I'd much rather lose my money in the market. Dork, these pumps are egregious. How do you focus so much on the nuance of things? Details matter. Pump for ants? No, this has nothing to do with the Korean day traders. What if it were a succulent Chinese meal? They're fighting for their life to protect 4,000. Fuck you, dork. Imagine him doing this job without focusing on the nuances. It would look very different. Well, that's because sometimes something that's a nuance becomes very, very important very quickly in the world of stonks. Can't miss anything. I mean, well, at your guys' level, it's not so important. But the more money you have to manage, the more important it becomes. It's up to $1, then goes sub $1. No. Mm, hmm. Interesting. I keep hoping that bulls would choke to death on DX, but obviously they're professionals. Nobody takes $1 like the bulls. When's the last time GME ran? Oh, was it like June or some shit? This is my first time with GME calls in a long while. Oh. How do you feel about that? Energy looks inflationary in the UK with unemployment rising. Fair? Yeah. I, you'll probably see higher yields on gilts. Doesn't BTU price action over the next 2 to 4 weeks? Safe to sell CCs. Positioning on it's moderately bullish. So it may not be entirely safe to sell CCs. If you're far enough out of the money and you don't sell too much theta, maybe, but it's a risk with commodity pricing improving. Do you have any more price targets for Tesla? Yeah, but I'm waiting on them. Downs would be nice. I think we're getting close. Nonplussed. I kind of hate the beach, so I let the hubs take the kids there today since he's off. I just go places alone with him, but when he does alone, I get all FOMO-y. Today was not worth it. Hmm. Wow. Hopefully you get an exit. You said there's nowhere else to go, but evidently they can always go up the next $5. They haven't. So I'm not sure where the evidence is to back that. So they've they've tested 65 a bunch. Do you think Zom's gonna break through the resistance that's been sitting out all year near 120 with oil going up? It could, yeah. Airbnb's shitting the bed. Yeah, RSP's recovery is not very substantial here. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get much more out of it. They got 50 BPS already. Kind of looks like shit. Check DM. What do you got, Dirk? I don't I don't even know what that's from. I like it. Volume on ES is pretty atrocious. Confirm that larger sizes are roomier in the sleeve, as it were. Are you talking about donk thongs? I'm just kidding. Sometimes it feels like that sound effect that Christopher Nolan likes to use, the barber pole. It sounds like it climbs up constantly while staying flat. Yeah, I could see that. Was Apple upgraded? Not that I'm aware of. Had a nice little bounce though. And they're really using Apple for all their meme magic today, huh? I just got that 1/3. I like my 179.10 entry. It's not a bad one. Oil is cliff diving. Oh, that's good. Is it though? I think you should start a VR stream so we can buy your VR Jersey NFT house. The fuck are you talking about? Sell off harder. I didn't carry this awful put this entire time for minimal returns. Is Netflix gonna die yet? What's it doing today? It still looks like shit. Slipped below resistance at 396 today. That's not a good sign. Queen, ew, no. Let a hangover intensity and duration increase with age. Your liver becomes less efficient at removing toxins. Another bounce here is fine as long as it's not a big one. It's now 1 o'clock. The 1.5 hours is up, so I want this shit to start breaking down more. Did you do something about the pool? No. Not really. Oh, fucking Christ. Looking at an arm strangle. $5 out of the money for both legs. About $5 a contract for Jan 24s. There's no way this trade's flat. Is this free money? It depends on how you manage it. Could be. What about Vol Crush? Blew my load on some 4430Ps at open. I'll see you guys in a few weeks. If we don't have a miracle reversal, what's the latest with the check? She's staying like another 2 weeks. And now it's starting to feel very claustrophobic. Also, did the crazy cat lady curse you out? No. That's the perfect amount of time. It's too long. Play up that cold. That's what I thought I'd do. She doesn't have a cold. Does the cat lady know about you two? I mean, I would imagine. Why would I invite her on the stream? I don't want anyone to know I do this. She's a Citadel plant. Watch yourself, Gurk. Shit. Did you see her when you were astral projecting into their offices? I see the tragic tale of Typhoid Mary. Were you embarrassed of us? I don't think that's how you say that. Just like we don't want anyone to know we're involved with GME. Exactly. None. Lawrence, why don't you bring her on? Are you ashamed of us? Extremely. Is Dion actually under 4,400? Yeah. It probably isn't anymore, but as of Friday close, it was. It's transference, Mr. Poopy Pants. Can this fall back to 44.50? Yeah, unfortunately. Doesn't she know that Jamie paid for her kid's new toe? She doesn't have a kid. At least, I don't think she does. That's someone else. There's nothing going on there. If you can make SPX hit 44.10 in the meantime, that'd be great. Thanks. I'd like that. Can this fall back to 4,000? No, it can't, Dork. You knew what your odds were yesterday. Take it like a man. You know, at best, we're probably getting 44.45. At worst, 44.55, and then bounce again. Ugh. Please report the ramen order traveled pretty well. Did they separate all this stuff? If they separate everything, it travels great. There's still checks notes. 3 hours left in the trading day. Okay. Fair enough. Can we send Dirk our losses for full porting 0 DTE 4000s at open so he can reimburse us? You could try. I believe he's registered in the Caymans. I'm not sure the specific address. So what's the story with the cat lady's friends? Oh, nothing. Please, for the love of God and all that's holy, ban Pyrex until he changes his name. Thanks. You're not the first person that's had this issue. Thank you, Tankerific. Best I can do is some BBY gift cards. At least you're rich in those. Did Apple gain 40 billion in market cap on reports of strong iPhone 15 Pro demand with literally no numbers? Like, did they sell 110 phones instead of 109? They don't need to sell any phones. Tim Apple could just fart in the right direction and Apple can gain 40 billion in market cap. FXY 70s for March. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. It's a little out of the money, but yeah, that's not awful. I'm just trying to see how it converts. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. That's a cool trick I'd like to learn. Bold of you to think Tim Apple's farts are only worth 40 billion. I suppose. Is the river drying up at the pace you were expecting? It's drying up. Liquidity's been problematic for like a month and a half now, but it's getting worse, which is good. I think it's time to tell everyone the truth that PE as a metric is dead. At this point, the best metric is PG, or price over GDP ratio. Dork, the healthiest sign of an economy is when fewer than 10 companies are responsible for 100% of the GDP, right? Thoughts on why Etsy has been crushed for months now? Because it's people selling overpriced craft items. Concentration is healthy. Fail faster. It's failing. It's actually better that it fails slowly here and just continues to fail. A faster fail will mean a bounce, which you don't want. Our stock market is the financial equivalent of partially hydrogenated soybean oil. You mean margarine? Is it critical? Partially hydrogenated soybean oil? I declare SPX 4425 end of day. Ambitious. That'd be a hell of a drop. Put interest is picking back up again. People really just hate buying the fucking 55 put, huh? Why do I have one? Makes me feel like a dipshit. Delta's about to turn negative. Thanks, Dwayne. How the fuck is Vic still $13.99? And who on earth is timing me out? It's probably Dork, because he keeps saying bips. Yep, that was Dork. Hmm. Down. Ooh. Bearish. My cat's name is Bipsy. Will Dork time me out for Bipsy? I don't think so. Does the slow grind down incentivize bulls to capitulate since they're losing strength steadily? It helps. It also slows down the rate of profit taking. So if you get a fast drop, right? Gamma on all the contracts spikes. And everyone wants to sell. And this causes a reversal, like a fast reversal. So fast drop, usually fast reversal. Especially on the 0 DTE side. Which do you like more when being contrarian and correct? Bear or bull? Oh, it's way more fun to be super bullish when everybody's bearish, but it has to be everyone. Like the pimento? Oh, that was great. Can you quickly teach me how to read the data on the TV charts channel? I don't know what the fuck they're looking at. They use that like Gexbox thing. I don't think it does math very well. Are they still using the other one? I mean, all Gamma really tells you is like big pile call, big pile put. Price is more attracted to the big piles. A dipshit would be somebody still holding on to 44.45 Ps from 10 a.m. Fuck that guy. Oh boy. Delta's a little better for seeing positional structure because it's not as influenced by, well, it's a little less influenced by the moneyness. But it's really not going to end up being that much different from Gamma. A giant red candle down to 44.25 would be cool. That's extremely unlikely. I think we'll be lucky if we break down back to 44.50. Anything beyond that's just, well, kind of seems unlikely right now. There's not a lot of positioning there yet. Maybe if some builds up on the drop, but right now it looks like shit. Even getting to 50 looks kind of hard. Do bips cost same like shares? You're gonna get timed out by a dork. Torta or panini? Panini. I don't like tortas. I can't answer that question. Poopy pants. You'll have to rephrase it. Are there experimental Greeks past the third order? I think they go up to like the seventh order. Tortas are good, but usually have too much bread. I just don't like them. Hmm. Have you closed or repositioned your Apple shorts? I took profits on a bunch of it on Friday. So I'm looking to reposition it, but not ready to yet. I still have some of it open, like half. Yeah, a little less than half. What are you angry about, Popcorn Trader? Oh, because I don't like tortas? I don't know. I'd rather have a taco. I'd rather have any other carbohydrate delivery system. I don't think making food is cultural appropriation. What about wearing food? I mean, if you're both consenting adults. So you're expecting stable or bounce tomorrow, not downs? Yeah, I don't expect more downs, especially if they stabilize it today. I don't expect more downside tomorrow. But we'll see. I mean, it'll be data dependent. See a member stream, and all three of you are super bearish. I think irrational market calls are the play on Monday. Okay. I mean, we're all always pretty bearish, but most of that shit's like macro stuff, right? That takes months, or even sometimes years to realize. I Pi, you helped me so much. I feel guilty. What do you feel guilty about? Making the right shoulder on the 5 minute. Gherkin Peace Hour weren't that bearish. I really wasn't. That's on crepes pretending to be burritos. Savory crepes. Not my favorite. I just went ham sandwich because quad witching in September. We keep molesting 4465. The bounce here is not not bearish. This is bad news. Well, unless it gets rejected kind of soon. That's pretty bad news. What did we test there? 4506.25. You were when you found out he was out of town for FMC. Descending megaphone. Is it though? A little bit, I guess. Fuck, man, the positioning's so boring today. Everyone's just repositioning after the OPEX expiration. 4450 puts are picking up on the longer dated time frames. That's kind of cool. This is the worst Black Monday ever. I don't think anything today is super bearish, but a rejection here could bring us back to like 55 or 50. Turk has gone mad with power, and I love it. It's really coming into his own. Aren't we just testing the long-term trend right now? A hard reject doesn't seem crazy. Not a long-term trend here. We're still very much below the like 4520 resistance. Like a short-term trend that we're testing. There's a long-term trend to test to the downside. Although if this is just the bounce off of that, that's not very significant, right? And on declining volume too. Say something bearish, it gets me going. The nominal rate of federal funds is not sufficiently restrictive given the recent spike in inflation. Oh God, say it again. Is there somewhere retail can buy in the expert market? Dear God, please don't call it that. No. Well, yeah, there's funds that invest in private equity that you can buy into. Did you close your Tesla puts? Yeah, just because I don't want to hold them through the FOMC meeting and they were up. I'll ban them because Gert told them not to come back into chat when that all came to a head. Wait, what? Wait, aren't you Pyrex 76, Fluffy? Now I'm confused. What Pyrex number were you? Hmm. Is typing BPS allowed? Yeah, of course. Just don't put an I in there. Is it not the expert market? That's what Fidelity calls it. It's just like an unsolicited exchange. Expert market is specifically one product that fits that criteria. And it falls loosely within the gray market, but why is it OPEX and not OPEX? OPEX is operational expenditures. Some people call it OPEX, but it sounds filthy. What's the word that Dirk keeps timing people out for? BIPs? Used in lieu of BPS? No problem, Otter. Downs are done for the day? Not necessarily. Mostly just because there's not a lot there for ups, but we may start to get, like this, after this bounce kind of plays out, we may start to get another breakdown. Hopefully that one will go slightly further. Take the money, Lebowski. It's just a vape. How's SPX positioning looking today? Fucking awful. There's just a shitload of sold calls at 70 and 75. A few bought calls at 60 and 65. And a few bought puts at 60 and 65. And then there's some longer dated puts at like 55 and 50, but we haven't dropped that low. So basically we're stuck in like the 44, 60, 65 range until something breaks or short calls close. And given the amount of put selling that occurred this morning, there should be some interest in, you know, people going long puts into the end of the day. But that may not be sufficient to drive prices down more than a few dollars. We'll see. I think we've still got a little while. We got a breakdown, but we bounced back. So now we're waiting on the next one, which looks like it's it could be pretty far out, I guess. Maybe we'll start to fail this in the next like 30 minutes or so. It's starting to fail on the 1 minute, which is probably a good sign. Ooh, some crazy fucking positioning today. Dirk, did you see this shit? This is so fucking weird. Well played, JFresh. RSP is almost 70 bips below SPX. That's normal, right? No. I mean, yes, but no, it shouldn't be. Heyo? Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen that. That was fucking weird. Like, I don't mean like the first time I've seen that today either, Dirk. I mean, like, I've never seen that happen before. Yeah, there was. SPX 4000 today. I'm glad that you're looking at the data and thinking about it without any bias. No, absolutely, completely unbiased, but still SPX 4000 end of day. If bulls can ignore data and logic, so can I. That's reasonable. How many put OI do you consider to be a significant amount to drive the price down? Well, enough that the gamma is sufficient to offset the relentless push towards the 4470 strike, which it currently isn't. On the longer dated expiry, 4450 is kind of mixed, right? It's very heavily sold, but there's also a lot of long put interest on the strike as well. So that one's kind of mixed. My prediction of yesterday, my prediction yesterday of super fucking boring and awful is coming true, and I hate it. Let's take zero DTI looks more bullish than bearish. Okay, well, you're not looking at OI. You're looking at an assumption of gamma based on volume, but it's the calls. The calls I think are largely sold, and the put walls are significant because the market maker is net negative on gamma and delta a bit. Hawkish pause is on the horizon, Gary. What are the chances for 0.25? I think they're better than CME estimates, but I also think JPOW doesn't want to shock the markets. Why is it the Bulls can usually be reckless if they want and just pump, but Bears have to be strategic? I mean, generally drops in the market happen quickly. They're usually they usually happen in large increments and they happen very fast. And so, you need to time them as a bear, or you need to manage positions in such a way that you're able to profit off of it, but you don't lose money waiting for it. Um, Market like indexes mostly move up because of capital flows. So, um, being bullish is easier, but it's significantly less profitable generally. There are times when being bullish is very, very profitable. Speaking of that, what will it take to get a god, get a reverse god candle? I don't know. In the money calls could take profit since they're not really gaining any ground. And if people start buying puts as we move towards the end of the day, so all the puts sold this morning. Remember, zero DTs are majority sold, right? So if you assume that this was put selling at the beginning of the day, and this is call selling, then towards the end of the day we should see put buying followed by call buying. Tub looks juicy, 10% down today. I don't know if TUP has like OPEXs. I mean, it had one, but I don't know if it's gonna have more of them. It could. TLT isn't boring, Gurk. Yes, it is. He doesn't want to shock the markets, even though what he really needs to do is shock the markets. Yeah, that's going to be a conundrum for the Fed. I don't know how he's going to manage it. He's actually, I mean, he's actually in a position where he could. Um, and he hasn't been in that position for some time. And strategically, he should take advantage of it. I just don't know if he will. Like, I don't have faith that he will do what is necessary. I think he's just going to try to keep raising rates until he can force a recession and he doesn't have to deal with this shit anymore. Path of least resistance. Oh, a pause isn't priced into equity markets. A pause is pretty much priced into Fed fund futures. But equity markets are pricing in aggressive rate decreases throughout the end of this year and the beginning of 2024. The longer he can draw it out, the better for them. No, actually, the faster he can get a recession, the better for them, while not being directly responsible for it, right? So you don't want to be the guy that directly triggered the recession. You just want one to happen and be like, "Ah, we were just raising rates modestly." Who would have thunk? But no, they need one sooner rather than later. Later is not ideal. Inflation's getting bad, and it has a compounding effect and a lagging effect, right? So if you take energy just by itself, you don't really even need to look at anything else, and you consider the immediate effect on supply chains and consumer spending on PCE and PPI, right? And then you consider the effect of, higher producer prices rolling over into core consumer inflation. Even like 1 or 2 months of energy prices being high creates like a knock-on effect that can last for, like half a year. I think JPOW right now would prefer that the long end of the yield curve move up substantially, so that way the treasury can start selling sufficient duration, right? And they're not they're not additive, or they're not as additive to broad supply, and then the effects of quantitative tightening can be felt more. But he doesn't want to increase quantitative tightening more directly, because then it's his fault banks fail, right? 11 HE, but I'm researching the most likely lawsuit outcomes. Okay. CCG 812%. Okay. Bear steepener, same like bear peener. Last year was Bobby. This year was Upstart. What goodies do you have in store for us next year? How many fucking MOASses do I have to hand you on a silver platter? I don't know yet. Nothing looks particularly tempting. Fubo could get better this year, especially if they carry over some subscribers from the whole fucking Spectrum Disney debacle. I forgot to mention, I haven't heard anything and can't find it on Google. A relative of mine who works at the Fed said they were announcing layoffs this month. Okay. I'm trying to scalp some on SPX0GC using paper trading. Can you explain what your preferred entries are for scalping? I know today could be a terrible example. It is, and no, I won't. Find your own preferred. Like, I'm serious. Find your own preferred entries. You're not gonna get that from me. That's the point of paper trading. Bear steepeners when a bear bips D's nuds in a bull's mouth. Apple released iOS 17 and saved the world economy. iOS 17 came out, an iPhone update for people who still like making calls. Now iPhones can set multiple timers. Tim Cook says they're putting the phone back in smartphone. From live voicemail to FaceTime video messages, there are lots of new enhancements for those who use their phones to make actual calls. 5 steps back, same like progress. Nice. Jesus, I can't believe that's a real quote. Man, are we in a fucking bubble or what? Fucking Christ, man. He's introducing a screenless smartphone soon. I shared that on Discord like a month ago. The Apple flip phone from like the 80s. You know what I never understood is the people doing FaceTime walking around just yelling at their phone, having a full conversation in front of random people. Yeah, our society doesn't use enough shame. Or if we do, we use it in all the wrong places. Wait, that's real? Yeah, that was real. That was a real quote. The phone back in smartphone. Apple's newest innovation. Next thing you know, they're gonna have a lightning wire that you can run in your house and have a live phone service at home without paying exorbitant cellular data fees. I don't think I did, Wessels. What did you say? DM me if you can't get it through on the YouTube chat. Tim, they're making fun of us. I wonder if I could make it shushing people in public for OnlyFans tips. I don't know, you could try. Agreed. Too many people are oblivious to everyone around them. Yeah, it's like main character syndrome. I think what's happened is that the last generation of people had too many shitty people that never learned manners. And then they had an entire generation of kids who are now also shitty and don't have any manners. And that's just gonna perpetuate, right? Until everyone's shitty and doesn't have manners or common respect. Apple will be rebranding to the Apple Telephone and Telegraph Company, aka AT&T. Bullish. As a shareholder of T, I approve. My ex called me a manners Nazi. My kids have manners for days. Nice. Well done. You've made your children pariahs, Jen Jen. Grunk, I will have you know that I'm the main character. Don't let the mod powers get to your head, Dork. It's called Trump syndrome. It's unfortunately not just relegated to that part of the population. It's far more widespread than that. But you're the type of social media influencer who shows complete disrespect to the noble data scientists of Superstonk. You're part of the problem, Gork. I mean, I just call them out on their bullshit. It's bullshit, right? I feel like I'm eliminating the problem. They shouldn't feel good about themselves for presenting a pile of crap to other people as if it were well researched or conclusive data. Fuck them. The right shoulder is complete. Wind downs to the neckline at 4450. Maybe it's begun. Maybe it hasn't. Jesus fucking Christ, man. We're getting closer, Dork. The Bears are gaining an ever so slight and insignificant edge. Hurt feelings trump logic, so Pickle Man bad. Yeah, I know. Thinking any politician would be able to wield cultural power on that level is silly. I mean, he yielded a lot of cultural power. It was probably not beneficial for our society. But here we are, juxtaposed. Nothing like division to sow unity. There's only one type of downs I'm getting today, and it's not on the chart. Oh, is it your birthday? I don't know how it works with married people, but I assume you only get that on your birthday. Or are you talking about Down syndrome? You can't get extra chromosomes. Can I be president? Probably. All I hear is big talky words coming out of your mouth. Hit the button and drop the SPX 200 BPS. I don't have that button. If I had that button, I'd just hit it all day, every day. Division ability for any idiots to build a platform just makes two ends of the spectrum louder. And I was talking about the syndrome. I know. I just wanted to give you shit. Tell that to the Dans. They have a chromosome collection program. Well, that's because they're missing one. Part of becoming a Dan is you lose a chromosome. And then you spend the rest of your life attempting to obtain enough genetic material to gain it back. That's canon. Someone write that up. Do you want to marry someone that doesn't enjoy going down? No, I wouldn't want to marry anybody. That sounds awful. We're making Dan sound cool. Please stop. They're not witchers. Castle of the Dans Part 5. That was good. I wanted to make sure that it was recorded in the archives. I've actually got some chromosomes in my freezer that I've been saving for a rainy day. And they call me a serial killer. Marriage? He's getting cold sweats having the weekender turn into a 2-weeker next door. Yeah, I know. Cause I have like a date tomorrow. It's gonna get fucking really weird. Oh well. Hmm. Nice. I feel like you're saying that sarcastically. Bad oysters and ninja swords. Should be weird. She just showed up. There's no agreement. Jen, I 100% agree with your assessment of this. However, in my experience, contracts are drawn up and signed in these situations, usually without the consent of the other party, where assumptions are made, and those assumptions are binding. You're up. My doctor said I would never have to worry about not having enough chromies. Nice. Kirk next Monday. Hey, see, no, know how I got that free house? Well, now I own a small clothing company. I've assumed we've been married for over a year now. Well, that's Texas law, Jay Fresh. I can't do anything about that. It's common. Marriage by assumption is valid in 22 states. Texas has some weird fucking common law marriage things. Don't they have one that's like if an unwed couple spend the night in a hotel together? Just get two hotel rooms across the hall from each other. You gotta make sure to spend equal time running back and forth, or get them in the same room after you get caught. I was at one of the four places where the Magna Carta is kept the other day. Oh, did they draw and quarter it? Are your straddle x-rays equal or shorter dated calls, longer dated puts? Over the weekend they were equal. Tonight, I might go with short dated calls, longer dated puts. And the expectation that upside is more likely initially. In Texas, all you need to do is run up to an unmarried woman and say, I claim thee, and you're married. Have you told the incels? Any chance we fall below 4450 today? I think below 4450 is kind of unlikely. I don't know. I guess if we pick up some momentum, maybe. But it seems off the table. They have like a lot of Vega risk down there. I'd imagine that they don't want to run face first into it. In Texas, if you give someone a horse, you're legally entitled to their daughter. Oh, is that how Elon Musk files his custody claims? Interesting. VIX has been pegged. It's getting pegged. Can you go over the strategy for closing straddles? I get closing when it's green. But does that mean that the losing leg is paid for by the winner? Yes. I end up losing 10% overall when there isn't a big move. Yeah, you need a bigger move. Otherwise you need to here's how it works, kind of. When you're locked in a range, you're very likely to trade to the up and downside of that range. Right? And then when you break a range, you're likely to move significantly in one direction or the other, right? So you kind of have two scenarios here. One, you stay locked within a range, very much like we did last week between, 4450 and 4500, right? Where, the 4470 strike, for example, it's very easy to close on the up and downside moves, right? But had we broken drastically higher at any point, which we didn't, but had we, you would have, you would have closed once the other leg was paid for or more than paid for. So if you get like a 150 or 200 basis point move, which are usually more common, but with vol so low, they're a little more rare right now. Um, then you don't have to worry about the opposing leg. You just close both because you're profitable overall, right? But this strategy is actually more profitable when you trade in a range that's bound, right? Because you get a profit, you get the maximum profit on both sides of the position. Whereas, if it breaks out and your options are up, like let's say, you get like 157%, right, from your entry. You're only making 7% total on the whole position because you're selling a little more because you'll get some premium back for your put leg, but you're getting a loss on that, right? Whereas, when you're range bound and you sell the top and bottom of a range, then you're maximizing the profit on both legs. This 1K to 25K challenge I'm doing isn't going swimmingly. This is a bad time to do that in the market. Does this mean I should trade on an account with PDT restrictions? Yeah, just make it harder. Why not? 44.58 seems like the next level for downs. No, under 45.55. In this range, we're just going to keep bouncing back to the 60 because there's calls there. Any hope to break the 44.60 level? Well, it's tricky. I don't think they want VIX above 14 at all. And if we break down through 55 to 50, VIX will probably move up. But I do think that now as we're moving into the end of the day, we're gonna start to see some of those sold puts from earlier on the 0DTE side get bought back, which means that net majority of participants are going to be going long puts, and that's going to create some drag. I don't know if it's going to be enough to push us below 44.50, but I think it could bring us below maybe 55 or 255. Volume's also just basically fucking non-existent right now. I think VIX is incapable of moving up. Jimmy's looking kind of nice. It's doing a bit of stuff. It's recovering, at least from the drop this morning. What are its tips doing? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. FXY isn't probably bad to play yen. I think it's got moderately liquid options. We touching tips, honey buns? Looks like they might be going back in for round two. On the 1 hour. Not on the 4, but the market must dump to stop GME. I don't think that's a concern. You know what they say? If she smokes on the 1 hour, she pokes on the 4 hour. Sounds like MOASS back to 1850. Hey man, don't talk about 22 that way. Currently have 440 puts for 929. I'm wondering if I should sell short puts against them for ups this week. What do you think? Uh, Probably day to day till the Fed. I don't know how far out of the money 4440s are or 440s are on SPY. You're not that far out of the money. You could. I'd probably just do it on like a day to day basis until FOMC. I probably wouldn't sell duration against them. Yeah. How the fuck can we test 4460 and ride it all day like this? Well, it's simple. Every time the market goes down, they just pump Apple. A few DTE. Well, you don't even. I mean, the Fed meeting's Wednesday, so you don't even have a few. You have like one or two. Well, today or tomorrow. Yeah, if it moves up from the Fed meeting, you probably don't want the puts anyway. $44.50 holding big Vega risk makes it less likely that we close under there? Or does even moving under it intraday become unlikely? I don't think moving under it intraday is impossible. Like I said, if we drop here and get momentum, we could move under 44.50. But I think they will try to preserve it into the end of the day. And it probably, like, honestly, 44.50 probably doesn't matter as much as VIX staying down. So as long as they can keep VIX lower or under 14 by close, then that's probably sufficient to reduce any additional margin requirements. Since the notional move on then like very open close variance on SPX is very low. I think JPA is going to raise rates another 0.25 this month. He needs to shock the market. A small raise when everyone is expecting a pause. Maybe the best he can muster. If he really had some balls, he'd do like 0.5. Like move it to the minimum on the dot plot. Don't even give it the extra month. Sounding more congested by the hour. I think my Dayquil is wearing off. Did you by chance already discuss you? No, I haven't. They walked back their poorly received plan to charge for developer installs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't really looked at it. That's on Google turning around here? Like to the downside? Mm, Google looks fine. And even if it pulls back, it's only gonna pull back like a couple bucks. Hmm. Get wrecked, Tiny Todd. So drop spiking VIX to 1425, then short it back down under 14 would be just as effective as holding it sub 14 the rest of the day in terms of their margin. Yeah. But if I sell 922 40 444s, they basically cover my cost basis for the short term, and I can pick up which leg to close depending on what happens, right? Not necessarily. It could just drop, and then you don't have time to exit the position, or vol spikes, right? And then you're fucked. Then you're underwater on a credit spread. Say your partner's partially compensated in Google stock and a cost basis of 99. I'm currently advising her to sell a good chunk right now. Thoughts? Hmm. I don't like to weigh in on that. I don't think 99 is a terrible cost basis on Google. It could be for a few years, but I think in the longer run, it's fine. Is there a hedging clause? Like, can she just sell CCs? Because it'd be better to maintain like the equity ownership if you could just sell CCs against it. You don't have the tax burden. Holy fuck, we moved out of the trading range. It took a while. But it looks like we get a little bit of a continuation. Slowly. They're fighting back against it still. 230. Okay, put interest is moving up. 60, 55, 50, and 45. So maybe we're getting that long put interest into the end of the day. I don't know how long it'll last for, but cancel the CCs. It's tax as income regardless. I mean, the discount to market price is pretty dramatic. I guess there's no dividend yield though. Um, but she could sell CCs on it if she ever leaves. Or they ever leave. People are asking about stock options. They need to look up NUA and decide if it's an appropriate strategy. If you were to guess, what would be your end of day prediction If we lose 55, there's a chance that we just close at 50, right? Because all the interest is at 50. Yes, 4,500 followed by $10 green candle. Possible. I mean, we could retest 44.90. Although, that's probably less likely. It's not completely out of the question. I mean, from a technical perspective, that would be the next obvious stop. But, yeah, I guess support could be found at 4,500. There's a little uptick in sell interest here, too, which is kind of cool. uh, like from a valuation perspective, Google's much more fairly valued than the rest of the Mag 7. Like Google and Microsoft are both much more fairly valued. Amazon too. I mean, Google's trading at a PE right now of like 29, which I think is kind of below its historic average. Support won't be found, it will just be created artificially. What do you think the odds are of not having a major down in the market? I think they get. I actually don't even know if there's any chance that we don't at this point. I think too many wheels are already in motion, but I would at least say that it's becoming less likely that we don't, like significantly less likely as time goes on, and the issues remain unresolved, especially inflation. Does there have to be a catalyst to create big downs? Um, yes, but it doesn't have to be a surprise. Any number of the things that we're already watching can act as catalysts, right? The yield curve correcting, the Fed's monetary policy decisions, the spread between USD and JPY, you know, global economic conditions in China and Europe. Like all of these are sufficient to be catalysts in their own right. You know that. So you know, there's always this idea that some sort of catalyst has to come out of nowhere that no one saw coming, right? But I mean, it can also just be all of the things or some of the things that you're already watching come to fruition, right? I mean, you could if you could afford those and you want to carry the risk for that long. It's an option. What about Watkins' ban agreement? Jesus fucking Christ, this is gonna bounce every single leg. We're back in the trading range, Dirk. This is your fault. If it defaults. I won't go back to 44.65. I can't do it. I don't think that's the issue. I think it's just the slow fucking grind down. They're really trying to just nestle us right into that 44.50 range without moving fucking VIX at all. God forbid any volume showed up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a dick. The problem was you shouted at it and it scared it. It's like when you're laying down a sleeping baby. You can't be like, fuck yeah, I got him to sleep, because then they wake up again and now you got another 30 minutes of bullshit to deal with. Speaking from experience, I have two much younger siblings, so yes. Remember, babies are resilient. Lots of theta. I don't know what a baby's resiliency has to do with anything. You can't bonk them on the head to put them to sleep. Otherwise, you end up with popcorn trader. So shouting "go to sleep" at my child is what I've been doing wrong all this time. Interesting. Well, you don't put alcohol in their milk? What the heck? My son used to wind all my hair around his fist and then fall asleep. I couldn't put him down unless I wanted to cut my hair. Smart. Smart kid. We had to sign an entire binder of paperwork for each kid before taking them home from the hospital. Basically 50 pages of "don't shake your baby." You'd be surprised how many people don't know that. Thump and Dump, welcome to Dillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Appreciate it. I'm catching up at 2x. Thanks to the straddle insight. Another question: why do they sell 0 DTs first, then go long 0 DT? Because they buy them back. You want to buy back your sold, because first of all, not everybody participating in the market is the same position. Second of all, yeah, you want to buy back your sold puts once they're profitable. And that has to do with more to do with the direction the market takes in the morning. It can be inverse that as well. But it's all just about, I mean, for big institutions, it's all about just scalping yields, right? So at market open, if they can sell, 44.40s and 44.45s, right? And then, buy calls with the credit, drive a bounce, or at least profit off of the bounce. Then you can close, like, say you buy the 44.50 while you're at it. Then you can close all of them together, right? Which drops the delta on the chain as you close them out. And then you can start selling calls out of the money and buying puts. Right, and then as that drops, you can close those out. How come when I buy a call with my credit, it doesn't cause a bounce? Just buy like 30,000 more of them. How many wedding invites have you gotten from the stream? Like 3, actually. Although none of them included Pontiff, and only one had an offer of an open bar. There are weddings without open bars? Yes. I offered up Colombian women. I don't remember this. Hmm. Wedding with a cash bar is insane. That's next level poor. The last time I accidentally went to a wedding where they didn't have an open bar, the bride and groom didn't drink. So apparently they thought everyone else wanted to come and witness their nuptials sober. It was the worst. Bet that marriage lasted long. Yeah, they have like 9 kids. I didn't know it was a dry wedding, Jen Jen. I don't know what the fuck they were. Maybe. Do Mormons do that? I thought Mormons like to drink. The only thing I know about Mormons is their love of premarital sex and drinking. And if those are wrong, Maybe I've been meeting the wrong kind of Mormons. Oh yeah, magic underwear. My wedding was dry because my in-laws are huge anti-drinking pastors and would disown my wife if they knew she drank. Awkward. No, super against their religion if they follow the faith. Hmm. You're a bit off on that? Okay. Well, why else would you follow the teachings of a horny 14-year-old? I thought there was some advantage to it. I guess not. Soaking. Or maybe you've been meeting the right kind of Mormons. Uh, Multiple wives? I think that's only like the weird ones that live in the desert, though, right? They can't even have caffeine, bro. I dated a Mormon in high school. It was crazy the stuff they prohibit. I dated a Mormon in college, and it was crazy the stuff they allow. Breaking news: in order to gain more Mormon clientele, the Dans are now offering soaking services. Welcome, and here's the signature hers and hers cream sodas. You will see yourself out after that one, turd. I dated a girl who went to BYU, and I don't think she was prohibited from anything. See? Same experience. Eskimo brothers? Am I the same like a Mormon because of my magical underpants? Probably. Y'all are forgetting the Mormon church made bank on the GME squeeze. What happens if Zion fails? Does the whole religion just go bankrupt? The poople loophole is a very real thing. There was holes, but there was no loops. Resident Autist here, could you explain the benefits of cash versus margin? I can't find the arguments anywhere. Cash you can trade infinitely on settled cash as long as you still have more settled cash. Margin under 25,000, your transactions are limited by PDT. Above 25,000, margin is best, provided you don't have any kind of gambling addiction. What are these Mormons you guys speak of? Are they like real life Digimons? I don't know. Tithing goes up 95% if Zion fails. How many in the pickle jar doesn't have gambling addictions? That's a good question. Ooh, money. Dork. Red candle. The fuck? Am I out of trades? Oh. If exactly what you said will happen happens, I'm gonna be mad at myself for not listening again. It's not like I'm like Nostradamus or something. I'm far more accurate. The power of VIX compels you. Can I be so bold as to assume a continuation could occur here? Oh, there's not a lot of resistance. Stop buying the fucking dip. Jesus Christ. Start speaking in quatrains, please. What's up, Nostradamus? That works. Oh shoot, I should have diamond handed my pets. Fast dip, fast rip. Yeah, this could start to stabilize now. I mean, that's the test of 4,500 on futures. So we'll see how much support is here. It could fall further, technically. I wasn't gonna take the fucking chance, but especially after I held those puts all that time. What's up, Casey? How you doing, man? Yeah, everything's good. How are you? Bear flag on the 5 seconds. There's arguably still a little more room. I don't know how much momentum there will be, but there could still be a little bit more room. I got a pretty good fill on that, considering it was a stop loss. Time to pump Apple again. God, I'm gonna fucking die. Jesus, I need some like, more medication or something. Entered and exited my 45.55 so nicely. Nice, man. Awesome, man. Life's good. Cool. What have you been up to? Just work? Kirk, not kidding. If you want to skip the urgent care, you can telemed my mom. She's a doctor and helps all my friends out when they're sick. I have insurance. I don't have like a copay or anything. I think I have free telemed. Jesus fucking Christ. Just ignore it, Dave. I'm down $1.51 today. I'm sorry to hear that. That was it. An entire day for one 160% call or put position. I guess it was worth it. Oh, that's not true. I made money on Tesla this morning too, didn't I? I forgot about that. I'm not ignoring you. You just keep saying things about selling theta, which is the primary source of your depression. I finally got my business back up and running. I've been mad busy. I literally worked 2 months straight, 24/7. I'm in healthcare by myself, and I caught up on some debt. Oh, cool. Well, hopefully when things settle down, we'll see more of you back here. Thanks for all you do, Greg. Happy Power Hour on this fine Monday. Happy Power Hour, Jacob. What about your straddle call? I got stopped out of that earlier. It's not like we didn't have infinite tests of 44.65. Although I will say that the call side did a lot better than the put side did this morning, despite the drop in VIX. I don't know why. Maybe VIX was a little higher into the end of the day Friday. Was it though? I thought VIX closed really low on Friday. I guess it went more in the money. It was like $15 in the money versus 8. So that makes sense. A good place to enter the colleague of an FOMC straddle. Could be. Yeah. I'd almost rather have calls down here than up at 44.70 or 75. That's a different. Anyway, yeah, the straddle account isn't like day trading, so I don't really factor that into like intraday gains. That's like a cumulative over 30-day position, or at least it's the only time I actually calculate it. Descending megaphones still in effect. Descending megaphones are a thing. It's just that we're not in one. So descending megaphones are like when you get like a breakdown and then like it breaks down further when you start to get like that. Well, if you ever actually do get one, they're bearish as fuck. Do it again. They're weird to draw because it's like you get a low and then it's like that. They have like a steeper bottom trend than upper trend. So it ends up being like that versus your standard ones, which are kind of like this. Well, futures is driving some of the price action now, so we'll see. I still think there's a strong desire to stabilize in this range for the end of today. But there's probably still about $5 more room to the downside. I just don't know if we'll realize it. Also, careful trying to play a bounce back because that may not be a thing either. CCG is up 1100%. I don't even know what that is. It looks like it's up negative 4.94%. That's CCL. Carnival's CCL. How's OI looking? Pretty much unchanged. There's a lot of put interest at 44.45, but the bounce here is not good for that. And then we're probably just going to end up like around, well, between 50 and 60. 55 is actually kind of flat, but I guess we could just get pinned there. And then maybe like a move to the nearer strike at the end of the day. But I think the drop stabilized, and we're going to reverse a little bit here. Just not a lot. Put interest is like moderate at 60, moderate at 50, and then 55 is kind of low. So it's very easy for us to just get hung up here. Will straddles even be worth it tomorrow? The way we basically didn't do much today. I mean, straddles are worth it today. Straddles are usually good on price action like this. It might be worthwhile to trim the theta a little bit, like move closer to like 2 or 3 DTE so that each leg is more profitable, but straddles are great on days like this. These are the days that they're best. I splurged on a very tiny bag of peanut M&Ms. I'm so happy. Squamps, hold on. Bro, I have a giant container of peanut M&Ms and tiny fun-sized packages of peanut M&Ms. Oh, they will make your tummy ache. Those are like 2 years old. No, they're not. They're fresh. I bought Halloween candy for myself like 2 days ago. Peanut butter M&Ms are just shitty Reese's Pieces. You're wrong, but you make me money, so enjoy being right. Don't patronize me like I'm your little golden goose or something, okay? I don't like it. I know. You paid homage by naming your daughters after me. Even after they'd already been born and named other names. First of all, Reese's peanut butter cups are fucking amazing. They're not as good as Reese's sticks. Do you guys have blue M&Ms in America? We do have blue M&Ms. Fast Break is the best of the Reese's family? Yeah, but nobody knows about it. It's like no one knows it exists. It has nougat and Reese's filling. It's like a Reese's Snickers. But without the penis vein. It's a calorie bomb, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you should not eat them often. Have you tried Quest peanut butter cups? They taste like shit. Reese's Sticks are the Nutty Buddy knockoffs? Yeah. But they're way better than Nutty Buddies. Take 5 or Dope 2. Is that the one with the pretzel? The vein is the best part. I think there's a Costco business center by me, but you have to go to New Jersey. And fuck that. I went through a phase where I ate them daily. It was not a good time. Jesus Christ. So is the 6 mile run a day a necessity? I've never had flaming hot Cheetos. I don't think. No. They look disgusting to me. Are we making coco van today? Pretzel, caramel, peanut butter, peanuts, chocolate? Take 5 wins. So you present a compelling argument. But I noticed that you didn't say nougat. They still make whatchamacallits. They're the problem with whatchamacallits is they're kind of just like 100 grands. Charleston Chew is the shit. Okay, so NW. I know a guy who gets fresh Charleston Chews. And not just the vanilla ones. And they're actually fresh. Like you can bend them and the chocolate all doesn't fall off of them. You can freeze them if you like to break your teeth. Whatchamacallits are not like 100 grands. They're pretty similar. No, circus peanuts are disgusting. The inside doesn't break like glass? Nope. Chico sticks? Oh my god. They're bringing me back to the ghetto. I remember those fucking things. I don't know if you can eat those as an adult just because of the cavity potential. Outrageous is the best. Reese's Nutrageous is meh, though. Wait. They're different? Let my Charleston Chews like my grandma's fingers, old and brittle. When was the last time you ate a Gushers? Uh, like a couple of years ago. They're like peanut butter Jolly Ranchers, a dentist's dream, charlatans. Reese's eggs are by far the best of their candy. Limited time though. Yeah, but the eggs are the same as all the holiday ones, like the Super Bowl ones, the Christmas trees, the Easter. They have the Easter eggs and the Halloween pumpkins. They're all the same shit. Toblerones are pretty good. Do you remember the red shelled pistachios though? Kind of, yeah. Do we just ignore or forget what happened to yields this morning? I mean, didn't persist, so it doesn't matter, right? I think it was just an effect of the future rule. Have you seen the gel candies kids like now? Candy from a toothpaste tube? I mean, we had that. It was like gross. You know, like it didn't taste good, but outrageous is Reese's Pieces, nutrageous is peanuts. Oh man, that sounds like almost too much. The best candy is ripe mango. That would kill me. That's not funny. The Reese's Bats have the best chocolate surface area. You know, the Reese's Big Cup are kind of just like the way Reese's Cups used to be. Like they're only slightly larger than the Reese's Cup was like back in like the 80s and 90s. Fucking peanut butter inflation. Yeah, fucking shrinkflation. Pours chocolate oranges. You're welcome. Expectations for tomorrow regarding data? Anything heavy? Actually, tick flows tonight are a big deal. Those come out after market or at market close. Also, U.S. foreign bond investment. That matters. Tomorrow we have housing data, starts, permits. Red Book I think is tomorrow. We got a 20-year auction tomorrow, which could be interesting. And then tomorrow night we have what was it? Japan balance of trade? No, TIC flows. It's like inflows into like treasuries, corporate bonds, equities, and yeah, I think that's it. Is Europe CPI in the morning? Oh yeah, yeah. European CPI at 5 a.m. I don't know how much that's going to affect anything. Europe's pretty much said they're done with their hiking cycle. Yeah, so TIC flows have a big effect on dollar valuations. If a lot of money is coming into U.S. securities and uh, like U.S. corporate bonds, U.S. equities, um, then that's bullish for the dollar. We're not done with inflation. Not even fucking close. Europe's not done with it either. They're just done with their hiking cycle. They've already triggered like multiple recessions across the Eurozone. They don't want to steepen them, right? Where can you point me for doing deeper research on the HE lawsuit? Everything I've found so far has been fluff news. I mean, just go to the court's website and look up the case. Whatever information's publicly available will be there. Any data that could cause a crash tomorrow? No, probably not. China has I think their rate decision tomorrow. China may drop their rates again, which could push the dollar really hard. If they drop their like 5-year rate, I think it's their 5-year rate. A little while ago, you talked about the importance of knowing the UI of your broker and taking advantage of a good UI. I got approved for options on WeBull, and having a slider to adjust my stops has been an absolute game changer in my trading. It's incredible. Why didn't I do that earlier? Thank you, G-Man. Yeah, that's arguably the most fun thing WeBull's got going for it. You're welcome. Also, nice, man. I'm glad you're doing better. What's the deal with Italian sushi? You mean carpaccio? Is it a big deal for VIX to close above 14 today? I don't think they want it to close above 14. I think they have their invade. They're not going to invade Taiwan. China's in a very precarious position right now. They don't want to piss off the US anymore. Their economy is already in deep shit. Yeah, I don't think a Taiwan invasion's on the table right now. It's not strategically advantageous. Lagarde said there'll be no Eurozone recession. Is she misinterpreting the market? Germany's already in a fucking recession. And they're the largest economy in Europe by a long shot. They're not going to go through as deep a recession as they're projected to experience without dragging the rest of the Eurozone into one as well. Thinkorswim's a piece of shit. A lot of people like it. 4450, a decent spot to straddle on. Arguably the best one. European team are missing LY sales goals 40%, while our US team is basically flat to LY. Huh. Yeah, the US economy is arguably far more robust than anyone else's right now, but that's also a problem for us. Oh, let me tell you, it's starting to look grim in Germany economy wise. That's the real Pyrex. Tomorrow's price action irrelevant to try and approximate until some of the data comes in overnight. Probably, yeah. Tick flows is pretty important. It's gonna have some effect. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna straddle because it's the easiest. solution, but you could probably do like inverse butterflies or something as well. If it means less accordions and later hosen, I'm okay with that. Is the US economy so good based on fiscal spending or other primary factor cause? Well, I mean, the US economy is always the strongest, right? But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money in the system. We've got wage growth and we've got inflation. These are, I mean, in moderation, very good things, right? To bolster an economy. The problem is that our inflation is outside of the range that we want it in. Germany isn't real. Yes, it is. I'm from Ireland, and times are getting tough here, and we're one of the better performing countries in the EU. Interesting. Orange juice futures actually ripping. It's time, turd. It's because Juice Caboose spoke today. Got it all riled up. Today, my 4-year-old niece was showing graphic images of the Japanese-China War. Today was 9/18 in China, a day we remember the Japanese invasion and push hate, to be honest. I didn't have this growing up. In kindergarten, I mean. Interesting. Wait, like, you're in China and they teach that? That was some brutal shit. I can't imagine showing that to children. I guess it's valuable for indoctrination, but Jesus fucking Christ. Any update on GME before end of day? A little bit of tip collapsing going on. Tips are tips are getting ready maybe for round two. So that's cool. The ending of the free trade zone, the Irish people are gonna have a tough time. Huh. Is there any truth that the United States now imports more finished goods from Mexico than from China? It's shifting. I mean, I haven't seen a study that indicates that the total imports from Mexico are greater than China, because I don't think that's true, but maybe in that specific category. Everyone in the Eurozone will get hit by Germany having a recession. So maybe Italy. Italy's kind of impervious to deep recessions. I wonder if it's because of the agrarian nature of the society. We aren't in the Eurozone, but you're still affected by the local economies because of imports and exports. It's actually all the carbs. No, they use the euro. What are your thoughts about what happened the 2-year treasury last night? I think it was just an effect from the futures roll. NVIDIA 400 tomorrow? That's ambitious. It did get rejected off of the bottom side of the trend here, though. That's pretty bearish. I'm not gonna lie. I'll look at the options data on it tonight. If it looks attractive, there might be something there. I'm new to your channel, but I want to ask if you trade Forex at all? Not really, no. I'm sure you still understand currencies well. Does the dollar affect markets more than the markets affect the dollar? It's a good question. I mean, obviously there's a relationship. But I would say for the US, yes. Our largest corporations are all basically multinationals, right? Apple, for instance, 67% of their net sales are like offshore. Um, so an increase in the dollar of like 1% is a 0.5% drawdown on their net sales. Um, so I think the dollar has more of an impact on equity valuations, especially a strong dollar, than the other way around. Because the value of the dollar is more tied, like it's more strongly correlated to yields. But there does exist a relationship between the equity market and dollar valuation. It's just weaker. Did you see my goodies? I didn't. Did you send me goodies? That's fucking hysterical. I like it. No, no, that's the perfect use for that. That's what I was thinking. You know what you should do to really get them? Smooth them. That'll get him back for saying bips earlier, too. Congrats on being right again on this Borathon. Yeah, this one's less rewarding than Friday, but it was alright. Would it be true to say that America's economic strength is from their financial industry rather than anything else through lending? Consumer goods too. Not that we make them, but we sell them. And everybody in the world wants ours. We're talking about economic strength, not the military. Interesting. What about Tesla? Yeah, it's still kind of hung up at resistance. I'm not really interested in re-entering here. I took the opportunity to get out of my shorts on Tesla today. I know we haven't realized a lot of the drop, and I was only like $4 in the money. But I took the opportunity to get out here because I'm not entirely sure how the UAW strike is going to affect Tesla's valuation in the short term. There's already some like rumors and speculation that Tesla will fare better due to the fact that they don't use union labor. However, I think over time the opposite of that is actually true, and that Tesla employees who are have a high demand for productivity and not much better pay are are likely to move over to the union work or be encouraged to. UAW is asking for some crazy shit because they can get it. I think they're aware they can get it. But I mean, usually these negotiations kind of start off with a lot of crazy shit, and then you know, it's eliminating that stuff provides like a negotiation tool more than anything else. You see SQQQ hitting 1895 end of day. um, NQ slipped a little negative here. God damn it. It's possible. I don't know how much NQ is going to diverge from SPX and ES though, and it might just bounce back like into close. Oh, I don't care about your Tesla theses. Is Apple still dog shit in your view? I have September 29th 170Ps that are down 30%. Risk management. After today's pump, but the sell-off now is nice. Thanks as always. Yeah, remember there's some risk that it continues up as long as it remains above 175. So if this sell-off provides an opportunity to hedge, you may want to consider taking advantage of that. Especially if we're gonna see upside on the market tomorrow. I'm not asking for unreasonable things because what was promised after 2008 never happened for them, despite compromises. Yeah. That's not the point. The point I'm making, Magnanimous, it doesn't mean less work, less labor. He's not going to offer them a 32-hour work week. Their demand for productivity per individual laborer is already higher than union laborers for UAW, right? And UAW is demanding a 32-hour work week with a 36% increase in pay, which then aligns them with Tesla's current rate of pay for their workers. Plus, they have less of a productivity demand and better benefits. Once upon a time, Tesla operators on the line got uh, quite a lot of stock options, and some of them did quite well off of that. But that's not really true anymore at the current valuations. And so I think Tesla like gigafactory workers are going to demand equivalent treatment, which could force Elon to move his manufacturing fully outside of the US, which is another big capex spend after he bought his useless fucking supercomputer. Ben, your name's all the wrong color. Why so confident upside tomorrow despite all the data? What? I mean, I'm not confident upside tomorrow. It's just likely. They'll want to pull away from the Vega risk moving into the FOMC decision in case it's negative because they need room to de-risk. There was a speculation about Elon opening a factory with the Saudis, but he came out and said it wasn't true, so it's probably true. Right back to his daddy's business model, huh? Explain how boats stay afloat when boats are heavier than water. Displacement? Buoyancy? It's not density, it's not a piece of wood. Well, sometimes it is. Ocean's heavier than the boat. This doesn't bounce. I'm gonna have to buy my puts and the money. I should have bought them earlier. Buoyant force equals weight of water displaced. That's because the boat is shallow. Boats aren't real. I didn't sell a 44.55 put. You know, why did I take profits on it? So I got stopped out. I didn't sell the open one. I also got stopped out at like the exact same price we're trading at. I got stopped out like right here. Of the times to get stopped out, this is one of the better ones. Would you invest in SpaceX or Starlink if it was spun off? Maybe Starlink. SpaceX, probably not. If you drop tungsten into water from a boat, the water level goes down, not up. That's because of the displacement, right? Boats float because they all have a deck at the bottom, and everyone knows the ducks float. True. And witches. You could also use a witch on the bottom of your boat. Oh, there you go, Saituba. I feel like we might go pumpy one more time to 44.55, then settle at 44.52. We could close at 55. There's not a lot of interest there, so the market maker benefits from a close at 55. Coors is saying the MACD is being used incorrectly. It looks like a new prop trading account is about to get pushed. Wait, what? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's rough hitting a top or more room to grow. It's definitely got more room to go up. It's not Archimedes' law of buoyance. See, it's the NVIDIA chips making the boat appear to float in AI water. Is Tesla doing the breakdown that you predicted last week? I mean, it did a little bit of it today, but I took profits. I'm gonna look to re-enter over the next couple days as like after the FOMC shit shakes out. 0% end of day. Oh shit! I almost forgot to buy my puts. Jamie pulling a big sad today. That's fine. How do I tell my boss I accidentally broke the company's F-35 when I borrowed it this weekend? I mean, if he can't, no body, no trial. Coors has become a prop trading account salesman. He destroyed one account and is now pushing another one. 50% off, I'll have you know. Who gives a shit? How the fuck could. What a great advertisement for prop trading firms. What? Watch this guy lose money. Has Coors ever had a successful trade? I've never watched him enough to know. Of 8 positions, 6 are almost 0%. Congratulations. Yeah, he has, but it was a Pickles pick. Is Matt Kors a billionaire too? God, I'm feeding like the whole YouTube finfluencer economy with my stock picks. It's embarrassing. I should charge them more. I don't know how to identify them though. Who went account versus account with Shkreli? First to double 25k wins. Both destroyed their accounts. Go fucking figure. That guy's a dipshit too. Let me tell you something I've learned after 2 years of YouTubing in the financial space. All of them are dipshits. They're all YouTubers. Like they're not experts in fucking anything. It's like asking Linus Tech Tips to design you a fucking GPU from the ground up. Popularity and quality are not synonymous on social media platforms. When do you see SPX closing below 44.50? After FOMC? Yeah, I think so. I think FOMC is going to be pretty bearish. I think longs know that. I think it's one of the reasons they're not leveraging a lot of upside. How easy it is? Do you think it is to make 1,300 a day trading? I just realized if I could do that while still making my yearly salary at my job, I can pull in $500,000 a year. I mean, it's not hard if you have enough leverage. Like, if you have enough capital, it's easy to make $1,300 a day. The less capital you have, the harder it is to pull that off. I mean, do you have $500,000? If you have $500,000, it's very easy to make $1,300 a day. It's much easier to get rich off of having money already. That's $500,000 a year by itself. His job doesn't pay a lot, man. Wendy's has been it's been hard to get raises. How can you make $1,300 a day off 500K? Can you explain? You can just sell. You can just like you can open zero DT condors and then just hedge off the losing side. Like you don't even have to work or think about it. It's very easy. I mean, you can make like 6 to 8% a day. It just takes a shitload of money and margin. Can you do the same with 50K and make $130 a day? Yes, but you have to take a little less risk, which means worse returns. And your ability to buy back the short position is limited by the amount of capital you have. Just do the same on SPY. You can reduce it. I didn't say you couldn't. It's but again, you're then reducing yields, right? I mean, like here, we could probably fuck with this. Nothing else is happening, right? We got 2 minutes to close. So, say it's tomorrow morning, and you want to open. You can open like a 4,500, 4,525, 4,000, 4,375. That should give you a nice, yeah, almost 100 BPS range, right? So as long as your short isn't breached anywhere, right? You're fine. You don't have to do shit, right? You just yield, 1.6%, right? And then obviously you're gonna leverage that up. Um, and you can bring it tighter to increase the yields. So you can bring it down to like 50 BPS. Should be like there, roughly. And then you move up to like 33% on risk. And then you just leverage it up, and then you close this if it moves that way, right? And then you close this if it moves the other way. And then you end up with, like I said, like about 8%. The blunderbuss profitability curve. I mean, it's not great, but if you have $500,000, you can make money off of it. I do it how we trade, where you close both at a loss. It's impossible. Condors are iron condors are 2 credit spreads. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, everything kind of went as expected. Um, Unfortunately, we didn't lose or gain any relevant bullish or bearish level today, and so we traded flat. Um, we did get that nice drop into the end of the day where we moved back down after the sold calls had accumulated to the upside and ended up closing the day at ES 4500 or SPX 4450. This is still going to be the key level for the beginning of this week. There's a lot of Vega risk at 4450, but there's also not a lot of out of the money interest because bulls have been pulling back a lot of positioning, right? And as bulls de-risk, obviously they're not de-risking and going long simultaneously. So for the bulls, the interest is in stabilizing the price. For bears, they don't really need to do much if the bulls are already de-risking, right? They can just buy out of the money puts and they're cheap. So tomorrow could be a lot more of this. I think the bulls are incentivized to move the price up, maybe into like the 44.70, 75 range, because it gives them a little breathing room going into FOMC. If they do that, it may be either early in the day tomorrow or into the end of the day tomorrow. Um, and that way, if FOMC is bearish, it's a hawkish pause and the dot plot changes and equities need to reprice forward inflation and forward federal funds rates. They'll have a little bit of padding to risk off before Vega begins to ramp up, right? So I think the most advantageous position for them is to the upside. I expect them to try to take advantage of that. Although there's been a lot of them missing out on advantageous positions over the last couple weeks where they've not quite gotten a foothold where they needed to. That could very well be the case tomorrow as well. And delta neutral positioning will absolutely be building around the 4450 level. So it could be that they simply don't have enough momentum or are unable to gain enough momentum to really break out of this range, especially with the market maker actively working against them every step of the way. I mean, if you saw the chain today and looked at the out of the money calls, they ramped up massively, and yet we never realized those strikes because the put walls, even though much smaller in size, are far more effective in a negative gamma environment than the large zero DTE call positions are. And so, they need a lot of leverage to kind of dig themselves out of this hole. And I think they're doing the best they can just to keep VIX moderately suppressed and prevent additional margin requirements. VIX did close today above 14 though, and that could mean that going into tomorrow and open below 4450 could mean market makers are going long Vega, and if they do, that usually entails an early morning sell-off, and an early morning sell-off that drags us below 44.45 could be very detrimental to any bullish positioning on the chain at all tomorrow, and we could drop in range. So I'll try to give everybody a better idea of that tonight in the write-up. But that's kind of where we're at. Tick data comes out tonight. It should be out right about now, actually. So I should be able to check that. Looks like overall net capital flows are 140 billion. Net long-term tick flows are down to 8.8 billion. Jesus. Is that accurate? $8.8 billion from the prior 186 billion? Fuck. That's a big drop. I mean, we've had some lows this year in like Jan and May, but holy shit, that's a lot. I think May was 23 billion. That's not a lot of liquidity flowing in. Or any liquidity flowing in. That in and of itself could be pretty bearish. That may have some effect on dollar value in the overnight session. It may lower the wide end of the yield curve, well, the long end of the yield curve a bit. We'll see. Or tighten it. TIC. It's like investment into US like equity securities, agency securities, I think corporate bonds in and out of the US. So it's a net overall, but and capital flows are about 140 billion. But that means they're barely netting positive on the US side of that. That also could be an effect of all of our money flowing through Japan before hitting the credit market. But Jesus, that's a big drop. Anyway, EU inflation tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Then we move into the housing data before market open. So there's enough there to move market price around a little bit. And an open below 44.45 could be pretty bearish. So keep that in mind. And I think that's about it for tonight. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good one, everyone.